Hello. Hello, being involved. Hello, Anonymous. Hello, Aion. Hello, Amen. Hello, Hermit. Hello, Elijah Asher. Welcome. Hello, Alfred. Wait. It's time to spiral first. Oh, CK plays. Thoughts on cards. I think cards are bad. Cards are bad in the card game. Yeah, this one's pretty bad. Yeah, we need a relic only game. Exactly. What the hell? Oh, didn't know Inflame costed -1. Wow. Hello, Isaac Phillips. Hello, Red KZ. Unlucky, bro. What? What the hell? Okay. Sure, man. Wait, this is actually so unlucky. Bruh. What else is there? One cost. There's like the vigor one, whatever it's called. Prep time? There are too many one cost on common powers, as you can see. Do the connections? Is there like an answer key to the connections? Because otherwise, how would you know what the answer is? Oh, actually, okay. There's a thing. We can do the connections for a bit. Be fun. Yummy cookie, sandcastle, Tails Tooth, Warhammer. What? These are all upgrades. Can go. How many Neon bonuses are there? It's like Fire Holster, Pomander, Fishing Rod, Talisman. These are the only Neons. What? Monka. Oh, there's Scroll Box. Crap. Potion belt and fire holster are potions. There are no more potions though. Miniature cannon is uncommon or common, I don't remember. Hopper is common. Potion belt is common. Kind of getting owned. Scroll boxes, they add cards. You choose between some cards. This adds a card to your deck. This kind of adds a card to your deck. And this kind of adds a card to your deck. Oh god. And now I don't know. These are Act 3. This is Act 3. There's no other Act 3 though. And there are only these for Act 2. Fishing Rod and Warhammer are kind of like the same thing. They upgrade stuff in your deck. And Sandcastle Yamokuki also does that. Pale's Tooth and Jewelry Box are not quite the same. Oh, we have died. Relics that upgrade cards on pickup. Relics that hold other things. What? Oh, it's just dumb. Damn. Yeah, relics that shoot other things, I mean. It has nothing to do with gameplay. Okay, whatever. That's not super interesting though. If it's just like based on words. What time is it? 7. Already clicked? Wow. Maybe you should not have clicked that. Yeah, maybe you should not have clicked that. Furnace. Lagavulin is dead. We can retain the injury. Oh, we can't. Oh, remove a card. Buffed. Only buffed. Oh no, just Valley. Nerfed! It's over, it's nerfed. Oh god. The guy. Could speed pot here, sure. Yeah, it's time for react slop. Why make your tier list yourself? Exactly. Mini Regent. We have Demon Form. Amid. Oh, Demon Form Astral Pulse. Alright, we need more stars. We do need more stars. Ow. Wow. Yeah, not sure about that one. Ooh. Oh, wait. Shit. Oops. Ow. Okay, that's pretty bad. That was pretty bad. I am locked in. It's okay though. That guy Volan's a loser, it just dies anyways. Fasten GG. Will Jason react to you reacting to his tier list? If he sees it, maybe. How recent? It's pretty recent. He recorded it offline. The thing is kind of funny with the Akabeko and the strength. 500 million damage. I don't really care, right? It's kind of funny though. I am gonna forge. Ow. It does attack next turn. Keep forging. How much does it even do next turn? Actually, it doesn't matter. We have the technology called Getting Sovereign Blade. Rich. Monarch's Gaze, Celestial Might. Insane. This might be a sealed throne deck. Kind of short on stars, and the other two are bad. And now we just kill it. Okay, cool. The Bread of Evil. I never get to upgrade ever again if I buy this bread. Just rest every fire. Unless I get a lantern, then GG. Mini region, it's a demon form. Yeah, it's demon form. Well, I said if I take bread, I will never be able to upgrade again. That's what's happening right now. We have the technology. Guards makes 4 stars. Wow. Not sure what this does. I'll just take this and rust. Holy rich. Yeah, we are gonna be... Oh, that would have been very good. We're gonna be able to play these decisions for sure. Well, if you can play Sealed Throne, we can actually play it. Watch this. This guy doesn't attack you on turn 1. What an idiot. Is it dead? That's a lot of damage. Yeah, it's not quite dead. Oh well. This kind of helps. Well, it's helping all right. Haven't drawn Sealed Throne. Kind of sad. We're reflecting, I suppose. Can pot here. It's more reflect damage too. This enemy doesn't attack me on turn 1. Kind of stupid. 22. Maybe just give up on the Sealed Throne here. Yeah, nice Sealed Throne, dude. Holy. Terraforming with my Giga. Kind of funny. Wait, it's a fight here. Oh god. Maybe doing a funny into a fight is not like the best idea. Uh-huh. Yep. Motion. Harry. Hopefully we did not need to play that escape. Okay, we kinda need to play this one. Or not. Alright, should be fine. I like to use the block. Looks like it's dead. Sword Sage. Buffed. Only buffed. We can try Boomerang the Slash on my. It's kind of funny. It doesn't work though. Yeah, it doesn't work with the Vigor stuff. Just go Throwing Axe. We can always play Puzzle Box card. Or play Gather Light. Double Throne. I have bad news for you. It's usually not gonna be double. Also, where's my Astral Pulse? Why do I have a freaking Terraforming in the deck? What a garbage. I guess we get hit. Ow. This is what the oyster is for. Yes. Why do you have a Terraforming in my deck? Does anyone know? Very curious. It was buffed. You make a good point there. Sure was buffed. You won the next 2 region runs in a row. Let's go. Duplicate your deck. I can have 2 Sealed Thrones. Anyone losing the run? Yeah, anyone just losing the run? Wait, the Sealed Throne got downgraded. Doesn't matter too much, to be honest. Bag of prep to go with my bread. It's perfect. Don't really need production after I get through turn 1. decent with a retain potion, I guess. I don't want to lose mana fast. That's decent. Let's upgrade parry. The Seal Throw might not be upgraded again. Holy. That's crazy, dude. Wait, they downgraded my terraforming. What the hell? That's kind of unacceptable. Gormet. We don't need more debuffs. These guys don't attack on turn 1. Then we get double bombardment. That's kind of huge. Oh, it doesn't do anything, does it? It doesn't make 2 copies of bombardment. It's a lot of damage though, so I don't mind. You have parry in play? No. Well, now we do, but... a little too late. Mind Blast. Oh god! Buffed. Holy buffed. 12. Who is my favorite character? Probably Regent. I do like Regent a lot. We could retain for some block next turn. I mean, I blocked 28 already with a sword, so don't care that much, I don't think. When they're gonna add the next patch? Ooh. Oh, this guy has no idea. Oh, we are kind of low on HP. And getting hit on turn 1. Can double parry, I guess. End turn. Ow. That's a lot of damage. That's also a lot of damage. We probably have lethal here. Wait, do we not have lethal here? What? We have lethal as fire pot. Right? Yeah. No, we're 1 off. What the hell? No. We can Celestial my defense and Falling Star. All good, all good, all good. Wait, it's time. Holy. Wait, that didn't even full block. Was that worth it? Yeah, was that worth it? Not really. Wait. Holy crap. Dude, they didn't even die. That's so sad. Yeah, perhaps the terraforming was a mistake. It's very possible the terraforming was a mistake. Wow, thank you. Decisions terraforming to lose, yeah. Exactly. If I double play child, this is 18 block. So I exactly die. So we need to double gather light into retain here. The event downgraded my terraforming. True. Very true and real. Otherwise, you would have been lethal. Thank you. I don't know how this is getting blocked. It's not? Is that the answer? It's not? I go to 1 HP. Did not draw Venerate and Seal Throne or anything. We can guard. At least. If I spoils into no Venerate, we're kind of cooked. Or either way, we're kind of cooked. So might as well spoils. Okay, we are very cooked. No parry either. Time to guard. And we die now. Unless what? Unless nothing. Damn. How could have this happen? Alright, that run was too short. That run was too short. Do another one before the react content. Can conch. No, if I didn't triple play terraforming instead of just blocking, would have been okay. Well, a lot of things would have been better than whatever happened that run. Like, not picking Neil's bones. For one. What the hell? Haunting the shop? Oh, upgraded. Not click and remove. I just want to farm. Remove is cringe. Can go with double explosive potion. The guys are done for. This debility sure doesn't do anything. Alright. Oh god. Wait, upgraded. It's back. I guess. What? Good hand? Is this deck even capable of doing 20 damage in one turn? Not really. But we don't take that much, so don't pot. Neural Surge. Brain Power. Block. Holy, the potion's already gone. Yep. Oh no, Shishikura. Pick Capture Spirit to kill the eel through the block. That's what the card is for. Reptile Trinket to go with my... Not sure what. How did we kill Lagavulin without countdown? Very good question that I don't have an answer to. We upgrade Bodyguard and Pray. We might need this countdown over Enfeebling, sadly. Can take a Shroud. Oh, sure, Drew only attacks on turn 1. Then no attacks on turn 2. Infinite. Aussie attack build with my Reptile Trinket, it's great. Yeah, it's great. Learning, true. Could, like, actually get a little owned here. We're getting a little owned here. Wait. I took 1 damage. We got big owned here, not a little. What the hell? We need to upgrade End of Days now. It used to not need to upgrade this card, but now the freaking exoskeletons got buffed. They can have 30 HP. Yeah, the evil cockroaches. What? What? Okay. Good hand. I mean, it's pretty good. Alright, we stop. So build. With my cloak clasp. Sentry mode with my rattle. It also blocks one per turn if I don't play it. Kind of funny. I don't really need a second Neurosurge. I don't really need a Reaper form. Clone? Clone Neurosurge is kind of funny. You need to ensure you kill everything on turn 1. Which we probably can. We just play End of Days like 500 times. Buffed Relax. Cool. These are stronger. But Relaxes are funny. Because they're buffed. But yeah, the Pale Legion's way stronger. Oh god! Ah! Upgraded. Holy upgraded. We're kind of cooking this guy. Also, I'm kind of Omega speed running right now. Ah, curse. Vulnerable. Wait. Yeah, that will proc. Well, we don't really want to go to the other shop. We could take a dead node to upgrade the Relax. So I will just take a dead node to upgrade the Relax. It's kind of a good upgrade. No. Not that important. Wait, that's kind of good. I don't really want to fight the dude. You know? That counters your soul build. Eidolon. Holy. Eidolon Sentry mode. It's Knife Trap. We have to pick the new card. I think the other card was better, by the way. But imagine Eidolon into Bomb into freaking the Rattle 500 million damage, you know? That will definitely happen. Yeah, that will definitely happen. Ah, I see. I see. Very good, very good. How many? 4. 40 damage. I need to do 17. 6. No, we cannot do 17. And turn. You know, that was the one elite I really didn't want to fight. Then we fight one elite in the act. Then we fought that elite. It's just how it is. We cannot really draw down here, right? I guess we have souls. Drawdown is like 1 block per turn. Hero Wars banner? Oh. I needed to add it for the promotion, but I think it's over. I can take it off now, I think. I forgot. How many? 1, 2, 3, 4. Not that many. This Eidolon kind of sucks. Wait. It's time. Broken. This Eidolon owns. Repair farm to go with my Shroud. Kinda funny. Vaku? Wait, Parasol with the Juzu, so you get a shop in the question mark, then you have 3 shops. Holy crap, I did not see the vision. I'm kind of lazy, I don't really want to fight hallways. Even though it's better to fight hallways. Reaper Forma deployed. Oh, that Reaper form animation is kind of sick. Could take a Wisp. I draw a lot. I do draw a lot. Why is this guy hating on Reaper form? What the hell? It's a weird card to hate. Anyone playing End of Days into redraw End of Days? No. Too bad. The animation? Really? Holy green. Right hand with the relaxes. It's mostly just relaxes and like reperform one time, so probably not. Upgraded. Miniature cannon, then we upgrade. We upgrade the thing, yeah? Let me go Eidolon into Rattle into 500 damage. Wow. I mean, yeah, I guess. You guys are good with this. Yeah, sure. Could save me against Eon Glass. Wait. There appears to be no Eon Glass here. Yeah, there appears to be no Eon Glass here. That turn was pretty good. Play like 500 powers. That turn was also pretty good. Do like 200 damage. Do you know why I got rid of Penib? I didn't want to set it up. Yeah, that's why. Very good reason to do something in this game. Oh god! Reaper Form is pretty important for this deck, so I would play Reaper Form over Relax here. And just take my 0. Take my 7. I do a lot of damage. Big. That really doesn't do anything. I hope it does something soon. If your deck is like really bad, you can get Ulm sometimes. But usually it's pretty easy. Wait. Spirit of Ash. Spirit of Ash. Freaking idiots. Freaking idiots. Wow, they're done. Holy. Holy crap. Well, that turn was pretty good. Hot. I don't really care. I buy this for fun. That was fun. High key, I don't even know what this relic does. I'm sure it will do something. I would like to play Shroud. I also would like to play Neural Surge, so I guess we play Neural Surge. No, it's very complicated. Bit of a bad draw there. Let's drop on. Holy. Does anything in this deck even use the strength? It's like 3 cards. Do we debilitate or not? Probably not. Can do that. Oh, we're getting kind of destroyed. Holy crap. The queen is doing it. Well, I guess we got beaten in Ramadan. Can Shroud just never be played or what? This is so sad. $10, 15 block. It's weakened. Should be fine. Wait. Broken. Wait, did they block for 0? That's pretty sad. It's time. That was a pretty good tower. +3 strength with my strike. Wow, incredible. We kind of need to play Capture Spirit for card draw. Even though it kind of putting a Shamelian skills into my deck. I want to draw some cards. We need to draw through this garbage draw pile. React? No. Not yet. The reaction will come soon. Play a new research here. How many turns do I get? Like 10-ish turns, assuming I don't take damage. Kinda need to just get my stuff in play. So we will play Neurosurge. Let's wait a turn to play Reaper form mostly. Should be chilling, right? Yeah, Sigil going in. Blocking 25, that's basically, that's literally Pantograph. And we all know Pantograph is a broken relic. Alright, short work. Short work of the enemy. Play one more before they react. Could play Regent. If you want Regent, check out this new YouTube video. And do defect. This will take like half an hour. Either I win in half an hour or I lose in half an hour. No in between. I'm already doused. Was Eidolon good? It was pretty good. I mean, expected, right? It performs in the longer fights. Yeah, taking this capacitor right now seems... well, strange. That's how you can put it. The boot. We can buy barrage with lightning rod. Curse build. Curse build. This is not how you're supposed to play this game, if you're wondering. Holy! Holy curse build. That's Rust. I have a sneaking suspicion we are gonna need that HP in the act. If we zone the abundance, we cannot clone, which would be sad. Let's put it on Cold Snap, because I'm pretty much always playing that. Holy shit, Echo Form. That's pretty good. Is it time to gunk? Because we need a damage card? It's time to gunk. It's time to dodge. Buy this and lose. Hello, shiny Samus. Okay. Interesting lightning hits. It's time to panic. Any believer? Oh my god! Well, we cannot really get electrodynamics. So I guess we take a hailstorm. It's like electro, but bad. Oh god. Buffer picker is like plus 50 HP here. Okay, I just assume Shatter's lethal. Unlike everyone. Not quite. One elite. Should be fine here. Orbs are pretty OP. Well, I'll say this one will be half an hour, win or lose. Currently trending towards lose. Time to balk. All copies are a pretty good thing to hit there. Alright, Distill Chaos does not save me if I cannot play more than one card. A real one? I can take modded. Modded is pretty good with barrage and stuff. In Echo form. Ah, we draw Echo form turn 1, GG. Let's just like not die. That'd be cool. Not dying. We are currently dying. Unless sick. Holy buffed. These enemies are too powerful. The Roaches of Doom. Power. The power to make... Okay, we just buy repower or what? Yeah, losing HP, maybe not. Man, I miss Electrodynamics. What a sick card. Electro channeled 2 lightning orbs and made your lightning orbs AoE. It's pretty good. Frick you. Well, this run is definitely going quick. Not sure about good, but it's quick. Fight this for fun. That was fun. I don't even know what I'm doing. I'm not even looking at the enemies. But it seems okay. Wait. Okay, maybe not knowing what I'm doing was bad. Yeah, maybe not knowing what you're doing is bad. This card draws a card. Must be good. Upgrade another power. I don't think we need to rush for these guys. Surely not. Take buffer here. Because we kind of need to, you know? Oh. Oh, I guess we lost buffer. That's pretty bad. I don't have weakness in this deck, right? Not really. We can drop boot sequence though, so let's double defense scroll. Did not drop boot sequence. Ow. I actually didn't manage to double a single power. Which is quite concerning. And they are coming in. They're coming in hot. Okay, not dead. Yet. Wait, we trigger the low HP animation. Holy crap. Also, we are getting kind of destroyed right now. This guy's gonna do 20 what? 26. How do we block 26? Well, that's a problem for later. That's fine, right? I think this works. Allegedly. Works enough. Power. Apotheosis. Why, yes, I would like to upgrade my entire deck. That sounds good. Now let's dodge every elite. This is a great way to play this game. Yep. No elite run. Holy. Draw a card. Have you ever done a run with a 0 elites? Well, not this one, because you are forced into 1 elite. Okay. It's time. Infinite powers. It's time for infinite powers. Focus. It's better than Kai because you get to choose. And they're upgraded powers. Draw a card. Oh god! Oh, we're cooked. Oh god, we are cooked. The guy of evil has gotten to us. Buffed. Only buffed. Wait, this works, right? Yes. Cool. How much HP does it have? Zero now. Okay, I mean, I would really like to fight zero elites. But we are kind of forced into an elite here. Ah. The draw is coming from Wind Charm. Okay, we need to rest, even with the pantograph. Sometimes it do be like that. Power. Well, I top decked Echo Form, so this fight should be alright. It's time to get some powers. That one? Oh, that one? That one's pretty good. Buffer up. Buffer build. Just loop the Stark Orb for damage. That's a lot of damage. Drop pile looks kind of sussy. Not that sussy, I guess. Because I have too much focus. Ooh. Heal 25. Alright, this fight I did not top deck Echo Form. I top decked Echo Form. I see. I see. Just top deck Echo Form. I don't see what's wrong with that. Play the buffer here because, you know. Do I synchronize? I don't. Oh, I have subroutine. That's what I meant. Alright, cool. Why not use a power pot? I'm saving it for Act 4, that's why. Well, it would appear that my prediction was correct. I will win or lose in half an hour. That's a lot of focus. Hey, under half an hour. What even is this? Okay. It's time for React. Time for React content. I haven't actually watched the video, so it'd be first time watching. Japanese export. Silent tier list.
Okay, hello.
Oh god, it's his voice, Monka. Alright. The video title is How Shifts Became OP Despite Eon Glass. Despite Eon Glass or because of Eon Glass? Let's find out how together. I would assume Most of the placements are reasonable, but we will find out.
Okay.
I should mute my game. Hold up. We cannot have this background music. Okay.
Okay, hello. It is time to update the silent tier list because it's been entirely too long.
Mine is also entirely too long. That's why I'm just reacting instead of making a new one.
I think for a lot of the top players, and so we have sort of defaulted to just ignoring it. I don't think that's true anymore. So now that there's a lot of new ideas, I feel very differently about the character, and also have some new ideas and some feedback from previous tier lists to go off of. I think we can
new ideas. Okay.
As always with every tier list, I'm just gonna say, don't build your deck based on a tier list. It's meant to be a way to yap and talk about each card and sort of talk about their
turn them up
and when they might be strong or bad. Slay the Spire is just a game.
Yeah, how is it now?
Stuff in D tier gets picked over stuff in S tier sometimes. That's just how the game is. The more you learn about the game, the more you recognize when bad stuff is good and when good stuff is bad. As a starting point of reference.
Alright, we can 1.5 speed. Playback. That's a very... I've not seen this slider before. I basically never play stuff in 1.5 speed. I'm a one-time speed watcher because I'm not TikTok brain.
You can sort of just pick all the good cards. Getting past that level of gameplay is when you start getting into more fun runs. Let's go ahead and talk about what S tier means. So S tier is essentially almost always positive. I'm going to say like 95+% of the time is good in your deck. Or it serves an irreplaceable function that other cards cannot do, or solve some sort of enemy in the game that the character specifically struggles really hard with. One example would be something that solves the Aeon Glass, or something that solves Act 1 on a character that's like bad in Act 1. Basically an exceptional card. A tier is not always going to be quite that level of power. This could be a card that is sometimes only good early game and not really picked outside of early game, or it could be something that is only really something you want in the end game, might be very bad early, but eventually becomes really good. In general, I would say this is probably a card that is positive in your deck 85% of the time or more.
My tier list vibes is pick rate.
Not so good or very
like
good. And we can talk about that when it comes
picked
up.
most often.
Go ahead and mention
and
when the
goes
use cases
down
are.
from
so
there.
again, just
that's like my vibe.
What is being said about the card rather than where it ends up.
The other criteria is too complicated.
Solves a particular problem, or maybe a handful of problems, or maybe it's just like an okay damage card, for example. Something that is maybe not exceptional very frequently, but has really high highs. Maybe also has lows where it's completely useless.
Trying to categorize the tiers is kind of pointless. It's too much.
C is going to be
too much context.
Probably below average, or the majority of the time.
You just like vibe it out.
So less than 50% pick rate, probably.
On average, better
that has
goes
really nice
higher.
interactions with maybe relics that make it really good, or other cards that make it really good that are not always in your deck. But if you have like two things together, it can be exceptional. So it does not mean bad, just means picked less often. And again, I think all these letters really represent is how often it ends up in the deck.
Wait, that's what he said.
I don't think there's a perfect way to do a Slay the Spire tier list, but that is how I'm defining it, and we'll go ahead and just move on from there. D is going to be something that is very rarely picked, probably less than 15 or 10% of the time. So not a perfect like graph here, bell curve, I guess. This
tier list just lets you yap about the cards.
Could have very
if you're just looking at the list,
like the best thing of
it's
all time,
not the
super happy
point
to pick it, but generally just not all that great. So what happened since last time compared to now? Aeon Glass is in the game. Silent has had a
last time was Aeon Glass
and reworks. As far as this is concerned,
my last Silent tier list was just like block every block card to S tier and just block.
I will, however, be evaluating and we'll put cards on screen.
That was before Aeon Glass.
The beta versions. I will talk about them when they happen. But we will evaluate the cards in the current context of the beta branch.
Now it's
and maybe
different.
I'll do a little bit of back and forth to talk about both as well, main branch and beta branch. I also wanted this time to split things up into different categories. I think it's probably helpful that we do it one alphabetically, but two, maybe go through all the attacks, all the skills, all the powers separately, so you can sort of compare across categories of cards. Of course, like skills can do damage and attacks can do other things like block or whatever, or draw. They don't always necessarily do the same thing, but I think it could be helpful maybe to see the difference between certain cards together that are more similar in function. It's a lot easier to look at two cards that do very similar things and then say, well, one of these is clearly better than the other. I'm going to be accounting for rarity as well.
Defect, you mean deflect?
Cards that you see very frequently that can solve problems, going to be very good.
We'll get to there when we get
if
there.
They are doing really well, even if a rare card technically outclasses it, because you're just way less likely to see the rare. And rares also have a lot of opportunity cost. You're seeing them up against other rares very often at the end.
Yeah, usually rares you
evaluate
against other rares.
And basically every card you pick inside the Spire is always opportunity cost, unless you transform into it. If you're picking against boss cards or cards in a shop, you could be spending your money on something else, or picking a different rare card, or picking another card in your card selection screen in general. So there's a lot of things that can go into it.
I wonder what's the best silent rare for me. Probably After Image.
I'm well aware of this. No one needs to tell me that, and it has been this way forever. But this is a way to organize my thoughts.
Yeah, I think After Image.
Make it more clear, I think, how I feel
that
about
or Adrenaline.
Okay, let's go ahead and get started. Let's start with attacks and just go alphabetically here. We're going to start with Assassinate. So Assassinate says 0 energy, attack, innate, deal 10 damage,
Pretty
apply
good
1
card.
vulnerable exhaust. The upgrade goes
just pretty
to
good card.
more damage, as well as more vulnerable to 2 vuln. This card, you can sort of think about it as backstab. The number is actually lower than backstab in terms of
that
raw
card is not even in my
one
brain.
attack, and
I just cannot process that the character has a mid.
This is technically worse backstab. I think Assassinate suffers from
in my mind, it's not a real card.
That you usually see it at the end of Act 1,
yeah,
and it's already starting to fall a tiny bit. If you see it inside of Act 1, you're going to be playing attacks alongside it very frequently, and it's going to be very, very strong for you. So I think Assassinate is obviously an exceptional card if you get it early. It can lead to very explosive ones.
Kill, like A10 probably.
And performs a very important function even in the end game, which makes it fall off less than backstab, which is that it strips artifact.
Yeah, strips for Eon, that's a big
artifact charges that you need to get rid of. Silent relies very heavily on weakness.
Yeah, before Eon got
block with a piercing whale.
The artifact rate didn't matter.
Other thing. You even need to strip artifact to apply poison, which is actually pretty relevant now. So I think Assassinate, unlike Backstab, kind of retains value throughout the run. You may think that, it just gets out of your hand and it's not so bad. I'm referring to Backstab here. If you exhaust it, but it is one draw that you're not getting into your deck. So if your deck is relying on powers or needs to do something else in order to set up and really function, then these cards can be not very good. I think it is good
Silent has backup prep.
Cards kind of alongside each other. They are next to each other.
Usually you cannot spend, you don't have enough energy to play your turn 1 anyways.
Again, it doesn't fall off as hard. It's not a card that you always want, especially considering that you're seeing it up against
so 0 cost turn 1 is pretty good.
If you see a card that solves output, for example, you get a Welly Plans, or you get a Footwork, or you get Fumes, or something else that actually
it's just like hallway card.
Solve something for you.
Yeah, just hallway card is good.
This is front load first and foremost. Once you play it, it doesn't do anything really the turn after. This is just helping you in the beginning of
it's like an okay upgrade. You don't really have upgrade to spare on the character though.
That is no longer relevant, and it's worth skipping it just to draw 1 extra card closer to you.
If a card that requires an upgrade to be good, I would usually rank it lower.
But it's exceptional at the role it does, which is front load.
Which I will get to.
Next up, we have Backstab. We did mention this briefly. I think this
Backstab
is not really,
probably also like A tier, honestly.
As a card that is exceptional early,
and
pretty falls off later throughout the run. You're never
it
really
doesn't fall off that bad because there's like a 3 scrolls of evil
early game
in Act 3.
Block. It can also break you again from drawing into your powers. And so if your damage
still
is good
pretty
enough,
strong card.
Is good enough, say you have some relic that covers front load damage, you may not need a
yeah, if you have like the relic support, you don't need it.
Say, is the enemy dead? And I want to be dead on turn 1? Yes or no?
I mean,
if
the output is high.
Yes to that, you don't need this card. So if you're capable of outputting a decent amount of damage on turn 1 without it, better just to skip it most of the time. I will say that Silent does like these sorts of 0 energy innate cards because of Bag of Prep, and so if Backstab was on another character, drawing 4 is really bad. It bricks your block very often. Silent doesn't have this problem, and also suffers from another problem of really being bad at generating energy. I think it's more acceptable for Silent to carry this, and this tends to be positive more often than not, so I'm going to put it into B tier. I think Assassinate is almost always strictly better, even including the opportunity cost of it being a rare card, but it is a little bit closer.
Backstab's kind of OP. Even in Act 3.
Next up, you have Dagger Spray. 1 energy, deal 4 damage
Dagger
to all
Spray
enemies
is
twice.
kind of shit
Dagger Spray, again,
without the upgrade.
In this game, you need AoE a lot more often, and I think inside of Act 1,
at this point, the needing AoE thing in this game is not even that real.
And you're more focused on doing some sort of
Dagger Spray minus
to solve output. Like Dagger Spray inside of
doesn't do
anything. Really not
anything.
doing anything for you. You kind of want this in the first act only, and then after that,
it's like only potato, basically.
You also can solve AoE in other ways, and once AoE is solved in Act 1, you do not want to pick this up.
Yeah,
so
put it in C
I think
tier.
This is similar to Backstab. It's definitely worse than Backstab, just because of the energy cost. And again,
I think when the game first released, everyone's like, holy shit, there's AoE enemies everywhere, but now I don't really care anymore.
Next up, Dagger Throw, 1 energy.
So I don't really care about the Dagger Spray.
A couple things since last
Dagger Throw is pretty
Sly has been
shit.
nerfed pretty hard. A few of these are direct
like
nerfs, including like damage from say Flick Flack, and a few other things.
Yeah,
the other more important thing is that the style of deck that wants to be doing things with Sly is generally a deck that builds very small looping synergies because you need to line up combos. Like Dagger Throw, to be a good card, needs to be lined up with something else. And even then, it is not the best in its class at doing that. To me, Dagger Throw is something I very rarely pick. It is desperation early game damage. If I have not seen damage,
pretty much.
I will pick this up.
It's desperation. It's 1 energy, 9 damage.
Maps that are not super dangerous and I'm not extremely desperate, or maybe I have a shop early, that I just skip.
You want the acro that prepared for the Sly stuff, not Dagger Throw.
Because I'm very often not building these small looping decks anymore. I think
unless you are like
really
floor 1 Ricochet into no Sly, because Ricochet can blind pick, right?
You really need to have a way of fixing that problem.
And maybe you can Dagger Throw.
But I don't want to pay 1 energy to do that. And
1 energy 9 sucks.
Really, dealing 9 damage in the end game is not really a relevant effect for 1 energy. So even though it discards a Wither, I just don't really care. I think this card is C tier for me. It is not like a terrible damage common, but it is really
it's a terrible damage common. It's like D tier for
really
me.
A high ceiling. If you want to compare it to other discard cards,
pretty bad.
It's going to be better, and we'll talk about those when we start.
I've never picked this card ever.
Next up, Dash. 2 energy.
Oh, Dash is insane.
2 energy is a lot for Silent to play. In the first game, this was an exceptional card inside.
Card counters Dorito.
It doesn't really feel like that's the case.
Card's pretty good.
Better options compared to this.
Early game blocks a lot.
Cost to pay
pretty good for every elite fight in the game.
Solving the turn. And I
games
don't
against the
think Dash is
Dorito.
very often solving the turn. It's a very dense card.
It's a
but
pretty
Silent
pretty
has
good
bag of
upgrade
prep built
too.
in, and so dense cards can sometimes be a little bit worse in this character than other
It's like
characters.
solid B
and
tier.
neither number is exceptional for the energy cost. If you only want the damage or you only want
Without
the
the Dorito in the
pure
game,
energy
this
not
is a
good
lot
way to do this
worse.
The thing it is good at doing is doing a little bit of everything and not requiring a lot of draws to do that. Like, of course, I can play 2 defends for 10 block, right? That's fine. Or maybe I can play 2 defends that are like upgraded because I have footwork or whatever and block for more than that. But they do eat draws, and you're not always likely to draw them together or whatever. So Dash is covering you if you have a density problem in terms of block or damage, but it's not exceptional at doing either. I think there's a lot of other uncommons I would way rather
Yeah, it's
have on
like
this,
fine.
and after about Act 1, it's almost never
I
picked.
would pick
I
it a
think
lot
even
more
the
than
high roll
Dagger
having
3.
Necronomicon, which was Inspire 1 and doubled 2-cost cards, is not really in this game. So that hurts Dash quite a bit. Snecko is also a relic that is not picked up as often, and especially not on Silent in this game, and that was something that made Dash a bit better as well. You also don't see 4th energy nearly as frequently, and don't pick 4th energy nearly as frequently, and that's where Dash gets better, because it is much easier to spend 2 energy when you have 4 available instead of just 3. So yeah, to me, Silent does not want this card very often. I think it is probably better than Dagger Throw, especially early, but falls off a bit harder.
I don't really agree.
I just think for
You
what
pick this
wanting to
Act
pick
1,
these cards for
you
Dash is more relevant for longer.
you like just
Okay,
save a
next
lot
up,
of
we
HP
get to
loss.
Echoing Slash.
You maybe
This
farm
is
one more
changed on the
elite.
beta branch to be uncommon.
I
which is
don't
a
know,
huge,
Echoing
huge
Slash
change.
on common is
If you
kind of
compare this to Dagger
illegal.
Spray, unless
This
you have
is
strength or some other, like,
crazy.
multi-hit benefiting thing, Echoing Slash is strictly better. And
Not
now
S
that
tier
it's uncommon,
crazy,
you
but
see
it's
it way
crazy.
more frequently. You can see it literally on floor 1 or floor 2. You
You
can see
pick
it from now,
Dash. It's
whatever.
very good early,
This card
but
can
if
be
you
real
are
AoE damage
good in
stuff.
front
And
low,
again,
you don't need
once you have
it.
something like this, Dagger Spray never gets in, right? So its existence sort of invalidates another card's
Yeah,
existence.
Echoing
which
Slash
automatically
probably
means
A
it needs to be
tier.
bad. This card is still probably not S because of its falling off later.
Yeah, not
But as
S,
far as
yeah.
an AoE option is concerned, this is basically the best, or one of the best.
Yeah, on common,
Just
Echoing Slash
insane
is
amount
kind
damage
of
can potentially be doing 30+
insane.
damage
Like, what the
in
hell
one
is
turn and carrying out a bunch
this?
of enemies all at once. This can require a bit of planning, sort of similarly to Regent, where you essentially leave an enemy low enough to trigger Echoing Slash and have it pile on a bunch of times in a turn. So it
Kind
does need
of
a little bit of forethought. I think this card
destroys
gets better with
Phantasmal
player skill and
Gardeners, like,
planning.
holy
Leaving
crap.
enemies alive for maybe a little bit longer than you need to. You could kill the enemy, but you shouldn't because you know you can draw Echoing Slash next turn, so and so. In my head, this is a very, very strong card, especially at uncommon now, and probably just top of A tier for me.
Yeah.
It was already a very good
I
card
don't really
before,
care about
but because you
ordering
were seeing
within
it at
tiers,
Act boss
but
before, it was not nearly as
A tier
relevant
is
as it is
fair.
now. If you see this inside of Act 1, it is slammed on sight. Very, very, very strong. Okay, next up, Finisher. 1 energy, deal 6
hot
damage for each attack on the player base card.
trash.
Finisher works notably with something like Blade Dance. Something
I
that plays a bunch of
don't
attacks
care,
in one turn,
dude. This is
and then
like
you
the
deal
worst
with
card of all time.
Maybe you can do more with an upgrade. Maybe you have strength. Maybe
Even
can
if you
change
have
this.
not
Unfortunately, I
Phantasmal
think there's
Killer,
a few
Phantom
problems with this.
Blade, you don't
One is
retain
when
that
you
many
have shifts,
shifts.
very often you want to be picking up the shift powers. And that makes Finisher
This
much
is
better. For example, if you
so
have accuracy,
bad.
you would rather kind of just have 2 leading strikes in your deck
This is
rather than
so
a leading strike
bad.
and a finisher. Because while
It's
there
like
is a high roll
D tier for
situation of
me,
playing leading strikes
honestly.
into Finisher, one, you have to draw those 2
I
together.
actually do
and
not
that's why
think
you
I've
sort of
ever
live in
picked
fantasy
this
land saying, oh,
card
it's gonna happen every
in
single
this
cycle,
game.
It's just not going to. And 2,
Like, there's
this card
situation
becomes
you're
bloat
dreaming
if you
of that
don't
you're
draw it with other
desperate
stuff.
for
If you're
this
only drawing it
card
with
just
one
doesn't
attack,
happen.
it's a strike. If you're drawing with 2 attacks and you're willing to
Like,
play
you
2
get
attacks
no
and also
shift
play Finisher,
powers ever
it's
and
still
nothing
not
to
good.
scale, you need
So
a
you sort of need to
finisher.
draw
That
it
just
with other
doesn't
stuff.
happen.
And I think Silent very often gets to a point where she doesn't want to be playing
Yeah,
a
it's
whole lot of
D-tier
attacks
card.
pretty quickly, where you can sort of do like a blocking thing with poison for a little bit, and then maybe you're just not playing attacks at all, or you're playing like 1 strike whenever you have excess energy, and this can be worse than a strike if you draw it with no attacks in your hand. So I think Finisher, unfortunately, is pretty bad now, and you just don't need the early game damage like you did Inspire 1 to really need to pick this up. Silent didn't hate this Inspire 1. It was actually quite a decent
Silent
card
like
early
this
game.
into
It didn't fall
not,
off that
because you're
hard,
picking
but
all the
in this game,
garbage
we have so many
attacks.
things work
The
with shifts.
finisher
We
actually
have
lines
so many
up.
ways of getting actual damage that we just don't
But
really need.
now
Finisher
there's no
anymore.
knob.
So yeah, I think this unfortunately
And no
is going
slime
to D tier.
boss.
It's pretty bad now.
Yeah, D
and
tier,
basically I never
okay.
want this almost ever. Again, sometimes niche fringe situations, D tier cards can do the thing. It's just not very often. Okay, Flechettes. 1 energy attack, deal 5
Oh,
damage.
in
for
my
skill.
opinion, Flechettes just go
This is
down a
buff from Spire
lot.
1. I've mentioned this a few times now, but a 1 damage increase in this from 4 to 5
Yeah.
is pretty significant for this card. And I think Silent
what I've
really
found
likes
is,
having
first of all,
multi-hit stuff. You can very often
it's a
enchant these
little
cards
sus
or
against
deal damage with strength.
Potato.
You might say this is somewhat comparable to Finisher.
It's a little
and you need to
draw
draw it
dependent,
with
and if you
other stuff in
have
your hand.
the
But I think there's a very
infections,
significant difference.
it gets
the cards you want to be
weird.
drawing with Flechettes are cards you actually want in your deck. Very often attacks become the
Second
worst
of
cards on a
all,
character very quickly. Once you reach a critical mass
you're
attack,
picking
you
like
stop picking them.
3
And
leading
so you
strikes.
never want your deck to be drawing all attacks in a turn.
Yeah, you're
Even
like
when you do
picking
that,
3
the energy
leading
to play attacks.
strikes.
Flechettes needs neither. It doesn't need to
So
play other
if you
cards
have those, you don't
beforehand
want
to make it
Flechettes
good.
in.
It also doesn't need to be drawing a bunch of cards you don't want in your deck. I think it gets a
Third
huge
of
boost for
all,
those two
it
things. It just needs a lot less. When you think
occupies
about
like
this,
the
just
same
average piece
space
of what you're drawing inside of
as
Act 1, half your deck.
the 3 cost
by
one,
default. And so
that
if you
D
say that I draw
cost,
Flechettes
and the
with 4
0
cards that I
cost
can draw,
one.
you are about 50-50,
The
right?
precise
Your
cut.
hand is going to be half scales.
Like
So
those
you
3
draw 2
cards
skills
are
with
kind of the
average, even with a
same.
five-card hand, and Silent has built-in Bagger Prep. And so very often that can be 3 or
So I
even
think
4, and it combines
Flechettes
with draw
for me
cards,
has gone
or
down a
even rolling
lot.
plans or ways
Of
to
course,
put
if you
cards in
do
your
not have a
hand, then
lot of
Flechettes gets much
attacks,
stronger.
card's
And I think
good.
that the high roll general of getting strength or other things that work with
And
this is very
short
good.
or
Well, it's
mid,
also just a
but
really
like you
good
have a
damage
mid.
card early game. So it can
It's
not
a
fall off.
decent
This can be like your entire
like
damage plan, and if it
enchantment
doesn't end up happening,
carrier.
Flesh Shots is often good enough and really warrants not picking other
Like
attacks.
a lot of the
because it can break your Flesh
times,
Shots. So very
I
often you
just
get
have
to
like
pick
3
Flesh Shots and
leading
not
strikes and I
add
don't
other
want
attacks into your
this.
deck, and that is a power that is very
It's like a little
important to
situational.
mention.
It's like
Not having to have
probably
garbage
B
to your
tier
deck
for
is
me.
really
I don't
good.
rely on this
So
card.
building
Not
a deck
often.
with flechettes in it kind of enables it to just be better all around. I think for that reason, flechettes is sort of just A tier for me. I don't, think it's
I
as good
don't
as
care about
Assassinate
building a
Directly
deck
Slash.
around
It needs a little bit more
flechettes
work,
because
but
you
the
need to
fact that it
kill
doesn't really fall off throughout the
fast
run and has
against
a
the
high
young
potential of being an
glass.
exceptional card is important to know.
And the
Again,
deck
I wanted
that's
to call
like
out the
built
similarities
around
between Finish and
flechettes, unless it's
but note how
enchanted,
they are
it doesn't
wildly
actually kill that
different cards,
fast.
and their
Unless they
abilities
get
to
like
differ
tracking,
as such.
which is a
Okay,
rare.
next up, Flick Black. 1 energy slide.
So
gets
for me,
to all
flechettes
enemies.
is a little
This was
worse
buffed on
now
the Data Branch,
with
so
the
it feels
young
more damage
glass.
now. Flick Black unfortunately suffers from this problem that I mentioned before.
Flick Black
other
sucks
cards
ass.
invalidating it. Dagger
It's
Spray
just
is
like
often going to
Dagger
be
Spray
better than this.
tier, which
You
is
only
C.
have 1 discard card in your starting deck, and because Dagger Throw is not picked very often, and these
Yeah,
other
Flick
sorts
Flag,
of
Dagger Spray,
discard
both like
cards
C
are
tier
not
for
picked
me.
very often,
It's
or
kind
even
of
moved
bad.
from common to uncommon in the case of acrobatics. You just have less times where this is going to work. Very often you're just going to be playing this for 7 damage. That in itself is outclassed by Echoing Slash and Dagger Spray. So when you see it like that, it's not going to be all that good for you. Again, you have Survivor.
Yeah, the
in your
number
base deck,
here is just
so
too
you
small.
can get this for 0 energy. But
It's 7
lining those
damage.
things up,
Yeah,
especially
it's
if your
not
deck
6
is,
damage.
a few more
It's
cards
7
than just
damage.
Black in the base
But
deck.
still.
It's very likely that those cards don't synergize with this at all. And so if you need AoE, you're going to be playing it for its energy cost, which it is just outclassed if that's the case. So in order to be strong, this needs to have a discard engine. The unfortunate problem with that is that discard decks, as I mentioned earlier, are kind of combo decks and need to draw very specific cards together. The payoff for doing that with Flick Flack is not good enough to warrant it and being in that
Yeah,
kind of deck.
discard,
So this is very
we really
much
just want
desperation.
Ricochet.
It is, I didn't see the other options,
Pretty
and I will
much.
pick it because I need it. But if I am having a deck that is doing this discard engine thing well, this is not the thing that gets in. For that reason, Flick Flack, very easily, bottom of C tier here. It does get in sometimes because you just need AoE.
Yeah, I
but that's
agree.
about where it ends. Next up, Grand Finale, 0 energy. Can only be
Yeah,
played if there are no
this
cards
is
in
like
your
a
pile,
C
deals
tier
6 damage to
card.
all
If it
enemies.
works,
This is
it's
recently buffed.
insane.
It does
If
more
it doesn't,
damage,
it doesn't
but
work,
I think,
right?
as a lot of people know, Grand Finale is sort of a card that requires a lot to make work. There's a few things that do make this
The
work.
payoff
One
is
if your
worth
deck is
it.
really small and has draw cards. So again, this discard sort of engine. Grand Finale is a very good payoff for that. The other thing is that if you have Retain, Grand Finale becomes much easier
Retain.
to line up. Notably, Well-Laid Plans now is changed to literally just be the effect of Runic Pyramid, which has
Retain.
always made Grand Finale a much better card.
Yeah,
For multiple
very
reasons. One,
niche.
you can sort of just hold the exact number of cards you need in your hand to be able to
I
draw
mean,
it
this
faster.
card
You
is
don't
one
need
of
to, like, draw
those,
cards
either
to
it's
line up, but
completely
the right number of
unplayable
cards.
or
For
it's
example,
like
if
the
I see
best
this
thing
early
ever,
game, I need to
right?
think about how many cards are in my deck.
But
And so
it's
one
just
thing
not
I'm looking
very
for is,
often
like, does my deck have 17
playable,
cards in it? Because if it does, I draw 7 turn 1, then 5, then another 5, and I can land this naturally about 1/3 of the time. And with other things, it gets easier, right? And sometimes that's the high roll you need to be able to win. Spire is interesting in the way that high rolling 1 fight out of 4 can be all you need. You don't need to high roll every fight. It doesn't need to work all the time.
Grand
Sometimes it could
Finale
just
also
save you
works
a
with
random
like
20 HP because it works.
Stampede and
If
stuff
that's
like
the case,
that.
means
So if you
can
get
use other
like
fights,
the
other things, or maybe hold a potion,
like
and that can
the
snowball.
event in
And
Act
so
2,
it's difficult to evaluate because I think when people see Grand Finale, they say, "Oh, well, it didn't work in this fight," and that's
it can
okay.
can
Grand Finale
cheat
can
it
bail you out
out
of a spot where
sometimes,
very few things can bail you.
but
Grand
very
Finale is one of those
niche.
cards that can turn a deck that is like almost non-functional, or maybe all it has is Well-Laid Plans and doesn't really have any output, into a deck that can have a lot of output. So I know I just talked about like why Grand Finale can work, and then people are gonna be very shocked where I put this, probably. I don't think it's actually a D tier card like it was last time. I also don't think it's like an A tier card or even a B tier card. It's extremely niche that it does the thing.
C
But I do
tier
think
is
people
what I
underrate this card
where I
pretty
would put
heavily. It
it.
doesn't necessarily mean it's the most broken thing ever, but it can do a job that's very
Yep.
important. Silent can build a small looping deck and kill Aeon Glass fast enough before the Withers pile up with Grand Finale as the payoff. This is like Flick Flack if it was just insane and did 10x more damage. That's basically what it is. It obviously needs a lot more
numbers
work than
big,
Flick Flack to get
yeah.
working, but if you have, for example, Pyramid or Well-Laid Plans, and you're holding 8 cards in your hand, and you shuffle after playing Grand Finale, you don't have to draw the 8 cards that are in your hand. That means that you can maybe play Grand Finale in the same turn, basically instantly. If your deck is like 15 to 20 cards, and some of those cards are powers, or maybe your Center's Bane exhausts, or something else exhausts, whatever, you can get down to a deck that's really, really small and sort of play Grand Finale looping things, and just kill stuff really, really fast. This was something we did in Spire 1. Again, it was not super frequent that it got into the deck, but when it did, it was very, very strong. And I think
because Finale's
of that, it
worse
just
in
deserves
this
to be added to
game.
tier. That's really all I'm saying. I think this card probably gets picked less often than Flick Flack.
You're more
but in the spots that it does
desperate
get
in
picked,
Spire
it is
1 for this
exceptionally
kind of
good at doing what
things.
it needs to do. That is all I will really say about Grand Finale. Don't sleep on it. I think every time you see it, you should think about whether or
But
not you can land it.
the
and how often you can,
number
and
is
really good.
larger.
It's not going to be correct very often to add it to the deck, but sometimes it is exactly what you need. Next up, we have Leading Strike. One
Leading
energy,
Strike
deal
is
three, which adds 2 keys
S tier.
into your hand.
This
Leading
is
Strike
the best
essentially
attack on the
just Play Dance from
character.
Spire 1. A little bit less shift synergy.
It's
You do not get
it's
you just get 2,
broken.
but the first hit of Leading Strike
I would
essentially
pick
is a
3
shift without
copies.
synergy space. I think Leading Strike
Okay,
does a couple
maybe
things
not
that are
3
really cool.
copies without any powers,
One,
but
it is very easy to take this card early game. Without anything else, it just deals 11 damage. And this 11 damage can be
like
split
by
up in a
pick
multitude
rate,
of
this
ways.
is like
That makes us very flexible, especially
up
in AoE
there.
fights. And it has a very high ceiling of working with a lot
Yeah,
of
by
powers,
pick rate,
as well
this
as
is
relics
up
in this game
there.
that maybe
But I
give
mean,
you
it's not like
or give
after
you
image,
damage on
but it's
shift,
kind of
or two things
broken.
you play 3 attacks in a turn. There's quite a few of those, like
But
Kunai, Shuriken, Ornamental Fan. etc.
If you want to
Leading
put
Strike
any
is kind of the bread and
attack
butter of Silent
in
attack
S tier,
cards.
this is
This
it.
card is probably the card I'm most happy to see on floor 1 in terms of attacks, like common attacks, by quite quite a bit. I think this is just going into S tier. It's
Oh,
weird
wow.
because most attacks fall off very
Oh,
hard.
that's crazy.
Leading strike is really
Pre-watched.
not. And even against Aeon Glass, that sort of like is supposed to punish a bunch of card plays, it's very often that your shivs are just hitting so hard that you want to play it anyways. And very
Yeah,
often
the
a lot of
best
decks will
best shiv card.
get
Well, not
cross-class
really.
synergies, either from
We'll
relics,
get to the
ancient
best
relic
shiv
and Atsu,
card
from events,
soon.
from all sorts
In
of
my
things.
opinion.
Shivs have the tendency to sort of just be crazy with every other character's card pool. You can get Dark Embrace, Feel No Pain. You can get regen stuff like Pillar of Creation, Arsenal, right? There's so many cards that just completely break stuff that just makes cards. And cards that exhaust, and cards that hit multiple times. Leading Strike to me is like the epitome of just an attack that does stuff the whole game. And that is not a very common thing. It needs very little to make work and has a super high ceiling.
Yeah, it's a
but basically
common. What do you
never having a
mean?
really bad
It's a
floor as
common
well.
card.
It's just bread and
Of
butter.
course
sounds
it's
kick. I think
common.
This card is exceptionally good. Next up, Memento Mori. 1 energy, deal 9 damage. Deals 4
Yeah,
additional
this
damage
is
to each card
D
you
tier.
control.
I've never picked this card
I
ever in
recently
my
had a
life.
Silent Run that played Calculated Gamble into Memento Mori, but the Memento Mori was a transform, and I also had Perfect Fit on it. So I can essentially just wait until I was about to shuffle, use Calc Gamble, discard a huge hand, and then always know I was drawing into Memento Mori. And it was sick. It was like doing 55 damage throughout the entire run, if not more. That is not the average run. The average run has no way of really activating this thing super
I actually
frequently.
think I've
And
never
as I
picked
mentioned
this
earlier,
thing
the discard
in my
package
life.
general is kind of just way worse than it was in release. It's very
Yeah.
often that you're discarding zero additional cards.
Pretty
Or
horrible
maybe you're
card.
discarding one. For that reason, I think this card is just not very good. I don't very frequently want to pick a card that says deal 9 damage. It needs to be doing more than that consistently, and it's just not consistent at doing that. This is very much like Finisher, where it lives in sort of this dream world where you want.
It's
to
like
have
the
a combo with
slide
it, it just doesn't
payoff, but you have
very
like
often.
real slide
So,
payoff
unfortunately, I think Memento
instead
Mori is
of
going to be D tier. Again, D tier
this
cards are not
garbage.
never. They have their moments. This is just one of those that really doesn't work as often as you need it to in order to justify ever picking it. Maybe early game, if you have like an early prepared, a dagger throw for some reason, maybe an acro, I don't know. You need a lot of stuff for this to be in the deck almost ever. You need to be able to actively proc at least a discard a turn, maybe Tools of the Trade or something. If you have these things, again, discard tends to want to not pick a bunch of attacks and do more powerful things. Maybe you can do reflex tactician stuff or other things. There's another card we're going to get to in a second that is kind of just this, but a lot better and more consistent. Okay, next up, we have Murder. 3 energy, deal 1 damage, deals 1 additional damage for each card drawn as
Murder.
two cards. Murder is essentially
The
boss killing
the
aura. If you are able
desperation
to draw
boss
a ton of
solve.
cards,
Like
you can play this
you've got to
for 3
be
energy, deal, like, 15 or
extremely
something.
desperate for
Unfortunately,
this.
I don't think that's very good. There are often other payoffs you can
I
get.
really do not
Sometimes
want
just playing
this.
Leading Strike and playing like 1 or 2 accuracies is
But
way
yeah.
better than this as a looping card. It
Probably just D
costs
tier.
so
If you're
much. And
literally
obviously
dying to
early
lack
on
of
fights,
rolling, you can
this
pick
is
it.
taking a long time to ever be meaningful.
Too
damage.
expensive.
If you have 3 turns without playing draw cards, this does 17 for 3 energy, which is a horrid rate. There is a lot more of cards that
It's
we already talked about here in
realistically
this
it's D
list that
tier.
do more
You're
than
not
for one
that
energy.
desperate.
Or even less. Sometimes they're free.
Like
And so this card is
99%
basically I
of
think
the
it can be
runs.
desperation boss killing if you manage to enchant this with like Tanks'
Yeah,
double
it's pretty
damage
desperate.
enchantment. Sure. It feels to me like that's again living in a very, very fantasy land, but off the nature of Aeon Glass being what it is, sometimes this gets in the end game. If you have Snecko, it can get in, and I think there's something to be said about that. Snecko is
Snecko?
a very, very good card.
That's not
because
real.
the cost is randomized and you draw
Not
additional cards
relic
every
isn't
turn, you just scale
real.
it faster. So
Okay,
very
it's
quickly
pretty good
becomes
for
a card that just does a lot of
Snecko, yeah.
damage for a variable energy cost, which is an average of 1.5 energy. If your card is dealing 50 damage for 1.5 energy, that's pretty good. So I think this gets picked more often than the stuff that's in D tier. It's not completely useless, but to me this is like grand finale tier. It is very, very similar to these cards where sometimes it's exceptionally good.
Actually, I
vast
feel
majority
like
of
we
the
will
time it is
pick
completely
this
awful or
similarly often
That's very
compared to
different
Grand
from fucking
Finale.
Dagger Throw and Dash in
But
this
Grand
tier,
Finale's
but they get
payoff
picked around the same
larger.
amount.
The
It's just they're picked in
Grand
different spots.
Finale
Okay.
just
We're going
does
to skip
more
over
than
Neutralize. This is the
Murder.
base deck, but I will just briefly mention that Neutralize is definitely an exceptional
Neutralize
card.
probably
It's
goes
energy weakness,
into
it's
S tier,
which also carries a
but
upgrade onto your
it's in,
Enchanted Center card if you get that.
yeah, it's in
Create
your
Center
base
card, I
deck.
should say rather. Just exceptional card, definitely S tier. Okay, next up, Pinpoint. 3 energy, deal 50 damage, cost 1 less energy for each skill. played this turn.
Pinpoint.
This is essentially what I was just talking about with Memento Mori, but just better. It's Memento Mori that essentially
Pinpoint and Flechette are
Pinpoint
the
is a
same
card that I'm
card.
exceptionally happy to see early. Silent tends to have this problem of
Yeah.
dealing damage while also blocking at the same
Pinpoint
time.
and Flechette
Pinpoint
are the
is letting
same
you
card.
block while also dealing damage.
But
If you
Flechette's
think about,
higher
like, the
ceiling.
Giant head statue instead of Act 1. Something like
But
that
they're
could
pretty
be blocked,
similar.
right? If you have a footwork plus and you play 3
If you don't get the
you're
strength
essentially
of the
blocking that
enchantment,
fight
then
forever with your
Flechette and
That's great,
Pinpoint are
but how are you doing
basically
it?
the same.
You essentially can't make any progress if you're just playing defense or backflips or whatever. Here comes Pinpoint. And this is a card that allows you to make progress while also just sort of sitting
Yeah,
there
you just
blocking.
block
doing
and
the
play
things you wanna do
those.
anyways. It allows you to play it backflip in your hand and not feel bad about
Quite
it.
good for
Silent is just a very energy starved character. And it can also
giant
work really nicely
statue
with
in
Prepared, which is zero
particular.
energy. It allows you to discount this for free, and Prepared is arguably one of the better skills to be picking up speculatively, especially inside of the discard package.
Later
So I
on,
think
it
Pinpoint
falls
really
off quite
got
hard
nerfs a while ago.
because
It's
it
been a long
doesn't
time since I've
scale,
discounted to it, so
but
I'm
early
briefly
game
mention
is
that for anyone
sick.
who was not aware of that. But this
Yeah,
is
the
still
Act 1
200 damage
demon.
and got nerfed. I think this is still just an A tier card. Probably over Flechettes for
Probably
me.
I will move
This is just a bit
Pinpoint
easier
and
to get
Flechettes to
working,
be.
and probably stronger early. It's just going to be doing
Yeah,
more
I'll
damage
move
sooner.
Pinpoint and Flechettes to
in the
be.
end game is almost always
They
going to be
feel
better,
a bit out of
that's
place
fine. When you're
compared
picking these
to
cards, they're very
Echoing
often
Slash and
positive early game, you
Assassinate.
want them, and Flechettes tends to scale better into the end game, but Pinpoint is a stronger early game card, and that's what's getting picked for. So in the role that these are both being early game damage cards, Pinpoint is better, very safe.
Yeah, and they are way better than Dagger
Next up we
Spray,
have
so
Poison
Dagger Spray
Stab.
should also go down.
energy
That's my
attack, deals 6 damage,
opinion.
apply
Poison
3
Stab's like
Easy
kind
to
of
read
bad.
as a card that deals 9 damage, then 11.
Probably just like
then
C
12.
tier.
So over a couple turns, this deals
It's a
pretty
poison
respectable
starter,
damage.
but
It's
like who
basically
cares?
comparable to Shiv generating cards in that way. But the Shiv cards, I think, just have much better.
And even if you are
synergy
playing
spaces
poison,
that
you
work
don't
with
want to
them,
play
as well
Poison
as being on
Stab.
the
You
turn
want
that you play
better
them.
poison
I will
cards
say the
than
one
this.
thing Poison Stab has the Shiv cards don't is that
It's
Shiv Stab
better than the
has mentioned
D-tier
earlier, this is
attacks
pretty
early
important and
game,
relevant in this game.
right?
But unfortunately, I don't think that's enough. There's other cards that do this better.
Oh, it's pretty bad.
and with
It's
the
pretty
recent
down
rework
there.
of a lot of Silence Poison package,
Just like C
this card
tier,
doesn't really
I
feel
think.
necessary. Catalyst was a big reason why having some random poison in your deck was more okay. Accelerant is not really that. It's just not doing it as well as Catalyst is. And you
I
don't
think
really benefit from
Accelerant
having
is
little
pretty
amounts of
good.
poison that can be amplified.
Yeah, I think Accelerant
just
is pretty
really poison
good.
stacks.
But
So it can
yeah,
be
it's
like a
not
decent early game
Catalyst.
card that you pick up because you need damage.
Also,
I think within
Accelerant
the first
Poison
couple floors, I'm
Stab
not
works
happy to pick it up,
pretty
but I will
poorly
with
together.
enough frequency that it gets in inside of some runs. I will say that's like probably under 25%, probably even less than that. So this, by definition of what I said earlier, is just a C tier card. I'm gonna put it roughly around Flick Flack.
It's like bottom
think
of
these are all
C.
sort
It's
of
picked
cards
more
here
often than
in
the
this little
finisher
common attack
garbage, but it's pretty
area
bad.
of C tier that just sometimes get in because you're desperate. That's fine for them to be here.
Yeah, it's
I
like
don't think they need to do
desperation,
much more than that.
basically.
You definitely need these kinds of cards in the pool. They have some things that can make them better, like for example, if you have Snecko Skull.
Or
Poison
like
Stab
if you
makes it a lot better,
transform
and it
into
comes
like
upgraded, it does a lot
if you
more damage,
transform
like
into
poison
Bubble
upgrades,
Bubble,
having one number of poison is very relevant because the damage numbers go up by a lot.
then
when
you can pick a
when,
P stab.
Poison's involved. It is
Then it's
important to look out for
reasonable,
that,
right?
But it's not something that I want to be picking in the end game almost
But yeah,
ever.
it's a pretty
really
terrible
poor.
card
Then it
in
gets picked inside
general.
of, like Act 2 and 3,
These
and
kind
then
of
it'll be very,
garbage
very
attacks are
difficult.
just
And
a
I'm
lot
desperate to pick
worse
Act 1 to
in
pick
this
which is just
game
not a card I'm happy to see almost ever.
because
Next
Aqua
up,
pressure
Pounce.
just
Energy,
way
deal 14
lower.
damage. Next skill you play costs 0.
Pounce
very often
Pounce
will
is
use 1 energy
broken.
because you can basically think of this as play Pounce and then play skill. They cost 1 energy. Like
Yeah,
defend,
Pounce
or
Snake
something.
Fight is like
And 1 energy deal 14 is very
actually the
respectable.
Giga
It also has
combo.
some other
Not even
interactions, like Pounce
meme.
Nightmare to
It's
discount
just
very
good.
expensive skills. That can be pretty cool. I think overall this is just a card I'm happy to pick up than a lot of these common attacks that I've just briefly mentioned.
Yeah,
Definitely
it's
something I'm more
better
happy to
than the
pick up
common
than
attack
something, for example,
garbage.
like Dagger
It's
Spray. So I'm gonna put it in
definitely
B tier. I don't think it ever really
way
scales
better
up
than
super
Dagger
well.
Spray.
Even if it's just a free card in the end game, -1 draw is not really
Yeah, it's way better than
like I
Dagger
mentioned earlier,
Spray.
Backstab sometimes it's not a good card in the end game, and that's basically always free, right? Unless you have Snecko.
Dagger
And while
Spray,
Pounce does slightly
Dagger
more
Spray should
damage,
go
it's just not
down.
gonna be free
And
as often as
Pounce,
Backstab is for
Pinpoint,
obvious
Flash
reasons.
Shots, kind
Maybe
of
Snecko,
they're
better,
kind of like
but
the
again, I
same
think Snecko
card
is
in
actually
early
very good,
game. Just
and you very rarely want it.
early game
Sometimes you can
output.
be, quote unquote forced into it if your other options are really bad, which does happen more often now with the Dark changes. You do see
And now you
some kind
have
of
more
garbage
3
energy
cost
relics
skills
alongside
you
it
want to
more
pick,
often
like
now,
the
so
new
you can be
Crippling
forced to,
Cloud
or not
and like the
forced, but
3 cost
incentivized
poison
to pick
skill.
Snecko, I should say.
So Pounce probably got a
Pounce is
little bit better.
Decent floor,
in the
decent ceiling.
little-
I don't think ever going
in
to
the
be
last
super
patch.
exceptional in either, even when it's discounted something like Nightmare.
But it has always
It's
been
basically
good. And the
getting a free
upgrade's
card and
crazy.
one energy
Upgrades to
extra,
20 is a
off of,
plus
like,
6
playing Nightmare,
upgrade.
and Nightmare is not something I'm doing very often. So
It's like
yeah, doesn't have
effectively a
crazy ceiling.
1
I think, by definition,
energy
this is something I'm happy
card
to
that
see
has a
that
plus
fun,
6
falls off pretty
upgrade.
quickly and doesn't get picked up later in the run very often. Next up, Precise Cut. 0 energy, deal 13.
Yeah,
This
again,
list is for each other
same
card in your hand.
card
It's pretty easy
as
to jump 3 cards.
Pinpoint,
If you're not
Precise
playing Draw
Cut, Flash
You're
Shots.
just playing
They're
with
the
strikes
same
and
card.
defense. This very often just
I just
means that
lump
you're
them
playing
together.
this with 1 card in your hand, one other card, and so it deals 11 for 0, which is pretty good. That's very comparable to Backstab. Obviously, you can loop it like it doesn't exhaust, and you can play it for the full damage. Especially with
Awful
Survivor
card with
pair
a
or other
mid,
cards
which
like
is
this
kind of
card.
funny.
I would say most often you can read this as 0 energy, deal 11 now. It's pretty comparable to Backstab. I think Backstab has a very notable power differential in that it's always drawn on turn 1, and it's very often that you do want front load on turn 1 to kill an enemy and wipe off some sort of AoE fight.
Yeah,
right? Like, get one
Pinpoint,
minion off
Flash
the
Shots,
screen or
Precise
something to
Cut
stabilize
are
fights.
very
Precise Cut's
similar.
not doing that job nearly as well as Backstab, and so I think
Flash
it's
Shots
very
has the
easier.
high roll potential, but I
probably
don't
be convinced to put this over
put
Dagger
too
Spray.
much
No,
stock
maybe over
into
time.
that.
Definitely not over Backstab. I think the ceiling of this card is just not nearly as good as Backstab. When you do not want Backstab anymore, it does exhaust, and that's really important in the endgame if you're ever seeing your second draw cycle, is that you don't just draw a bunch of attacks. Again, attacks become the worst cards very quickly, and while we're going through all of them, I think it's very important to look at these cards and then realize that it's not something you want to be redrawing very often, or not something you want to be drawing in the endgame especially. Okay, next up, Predator. 2 energy, deal 15 damage. Next turn, draw 2 cards.
This
is the uncommon,
card-
is now common, which I think Silent getting a common card that reads deal 15 damage and draw a bunch next turn.
Yeah,
is
this
very
card
strong.
unupgraded,
This
pretty
card definitely got
sad.
better, because now it is something you pick up on early floors and you're very happy to see.
Yeah,
and even the
unupgraded,
endgame is
pretty
not completely
sad.
useless.
First
Snecko's a
3
consideration here.
floors,
Liquid Memories,
you can
potions,
pick
discount
it.
cards, things like this.
Yeah,
Energy
the
potions
first 3
can combine
floors
nicely
you
with
can
this.
it.
on the turn that you play it, and also on the turn afterwards.
But if you are out of the very early game, and if it's not upgraded, I don't really want to. Silent doesn't really make energy.
Faster and kind of draw through the block cards that are not relevant. Again, I'm gonna mention
and you are picking every backflip.
But also like the frog cards that you really need to kill. quickly and takes turns off.
So I don't actually
Predator's a
like
card
it
that is
too
very
much.
good
It's
when
like a
it takes
B
turn
tier
off, because
card,
very often
basically.
their next turn is very scary, and playing Predator allows you to set up for your next turn. Spire is very important to recognize these concepts of playing a turn where you set up and then a next turn where you need a lot of output. A lot of people, I think, don't value these sorts of effects very highly, but Predator honestly would be a worse card if it said draw 2 cards this turn rather than drawing next turn, because you don't have the energy to spend. After
I mean,
play Predator,
draw
I only
next
have
turn
one
is
left,
good,
and
but
it's
2
very often
energy,
to draw 2 cards
15
and I
just
want to spend energy on and not be able to do that.
it's
So
bad
it's kind of
read.
nicer to see all your options at the start of the turn when you have all your energy and can make a better decision or a more informed decision, rather than draw the 2 cards and then only have 1 energy left to play. So I think Predator is something I'm extremely happy to see inside of early game. It kind of falls in the same category as Flechettes and Pinpoint to me, and notably it does work okay with Flechettes. If you see like Predator and Flechettes on floor 1 and 2 in either order, it's kind of just good, and then your damage is sort of solved for the early game. I think I will put this over Flechettes just off the nature of it being a common card and it being something you pick up very often inside of early game. Obviously in the end game it sort of falls off pretty hard. Another example of why Leading Strike is so high up on here is it's just a common card and it solves problems for you.
Predator is
immediately,
less
which is basically
output
everyone.
than
So
Pinpoint
when
and
a common card
Precise
is
Cut.
doing a huge role like that, it's getting a huge bump on this list for me. Next up, Ricochet, 2 energy, slide.
Ricochet is like the only good slide card.
This card you can just play.
Yeah, it's like the
its
only
energy
good
cost,
slide
and
card.
it's acceptable sometimes. And notably, multi-attacks.
Just
like
because
this,
enchantments
do have the
goes
potential
crazy
to
here,
snowball
strength
really hard if
also
you get
goes pretty
something like Miniature
crazy.
Cannon or strength or an enchantment or whatever. There's a lot of things in this game that work really nicely with those multi-attacks. And
Probably
Ricochet is
still
something
like
that if you
B
have,
tier
a card in your
though,
deck, can very
because
often be
if
played
you
for
don't
zero.
hit
But I think it's important
the
to note
high
again,
rolls,
when you
it's
see
like
this weird slide, it doesn't
whatever.
mean it's always going to play for 0. You need to think about the turns where it doesn't do that.
It's good with
This card is
the
something
prep
I'm okay with
time.
playing and could be very
Yeah, it's
happy
also
playing
good with
for
prep
2 energy
time.
If
You
you
can
get sort of these high rolls, which again, I do want to point out.
You
how
can just like
good it is
prep
to
time
leave yourself
Ricochet for
one away
your
from seeing something broken.
for the entirety of
Have
your
the
damage
opportunity
for
to
a
see
long
one thing that
time.
sort of fixes the run,
It's a
and
solid
you're gonna get a lot
thing.
happier. If you're 2 or 3 cards away, or
But yeah,
2
it does
relics
require
away
the
from being
synergies to be
broken,
super
It gets
good.
a lot harder to piece together. A deck that's
Otherwise,
very
it's
strong
like
against snowball.
fine.
Ricochet can very often be the thing that's like one thing away. You see one more relic.
It
see
lets
one more
you
card
pick
that
an
pushes it
acro,
away, and it feels
basically.
super, super good. As a common card, I think it
Lets
just
you
gets
pick
better
a
for me.
prepared.
This is B tier, but probably towards the top.
I like
tier.
it. I
might
mean, I
move
like it more than
Backstab up just
Predator.
looking at
So
this. I
probably
think
you'll
it's nice to
swap
have a
it
little
with
attack side to
Predator.
sort of reframe the tiers here. But I think it's okay if Assassinate and Backstab are in the
I
same tier.
move down.
Backstab
I will
is
move all these
I
attacks
actually
to
think this
B
card probably is
tier.
better than Flechettes on like floor 1. I would probably pick it both on floor 1, but Backstab with more frequency.
Besides, like the
Backstab also over Predator most
assassinate
of the time,
and
but Predator
echoing
is a common.
slash.
I will move it over Pred, I think, but Predator definitely deserves to be talked about since it is a common now and you see it so often, to keep like a ranking here. I don't think it should be bumped down to B with the rest of these cards. It kind of has a higher floor than Ricochet does, Predator, but a lower ceiling. However, inside of early game, I don't think I very often care as much about that. That's usually a bonus. It gets tacked on as like maybe it can be broken later. I usually care more about how well does it perform with like nothing else in the deck when I see it on floor 1 or 2 or 3 or something like that. And that is weighing more heavily into my evaluations, I think. Okay, next up, Skewer, X-Toss, deal 8 damage
Complete
next time.
garbage,
So if you
holy
pump your energy into
crap.
this, 24 damage. Pretty
It's
easy to understand
buffed
here.
compared
Has a
to
notable high roll
Spiral
having
1,
connects, but I think
and
overall, this is really just a dense card that gets picked up inside of early game. And
yeah, it's
outside of
like
that, not very
if you
often.
have
I'm not, like,
literally no
picking Chemex
damage
and picking
cards,
Skewer
you can
afterwards,
pick
right? If
it.
you're picking Chemex because you have like a malaise or something you're
Holy.
going to be doing with it. It can
Or
be
if you have
strong,
Chemex,
but
then it's
very
actually
often
good.
outclassed by a lot of shield cards, for example, like Leading
Yeah,
Strike. And I
D
think that's just
tier.
why
It's
Leading
like
Strike is on
the
this list.
Chemex only
This
card.
is similar to Dash in my head.
That's a lot
in terms
worse
of
than
power.
Dash,
Like, I
holy
think it's a C tier card.
crap.
Very quickly, it gets to
It's
the
like
point where
so
Skewer
much
just never
worse than
gets damage
Dash.
deck. It would basically have to come green or have some additional synergies to warrant it. And instead of early
And like
game,
if you actually
when I'm
pick
picking all of
Dash,
these
you
attacks,
notice how much
it's
HP you're
very often
saving
outclassed
like
by
one.
a different card,
And against the
does not
Riddle.
scale in the same way that something like Flechettes does. That's relatively comparable in terms of being a multi-hit card. There's a couple of multi-hit cards, and I think you just don't need very much to make Skewer work. But it just doesn't do as much as like a Ricochet that's been enchanted, or a Ricochet that's played for 0, or a Flechettes that's being played alongside 4 or 5 skills, right? And so the high roll is just not.
Yeah,
really
Eradicate at home.
Silent doesn't really make a lot of energy, and so these X-Cost cards need to have high impact even when played for low cost. And notably, Skewer doesn't do anything at 0 energy, even when upgraded, and at 1 is just a really mediocre attack. So you need to have, for example, trouble against killing like one enemy in an AoE fight. Say, for example, the eels inside of Act 1 that I want to burst one down. Skewer can do that very well, especially with potion support like an explosive pod or something, because the shield
Dash is all the best early game attacks.
uninterrupted.
It's pretty
and you'll little
good.
chip like one strike.
I'd rather have Leading
eel,
Strike,
and you're
but it's pretty good.
so it can do good stuff. Can also play it for 0, I guess, to
I'd rather have like
checks
Echoing
and
Slash,
ornamental fan and things like this.
stuff like that.
So it can do things. Playing it for 0 is a real thing, so it has some extra utility, but it's just not got all that great of a ceiling. Okay, next up, Slice, 0 energy, deal 6 damage. A very, very simple card. I think Silent has better things than this for the most part.
Slice
It
is
not a
basically
horrible
like
card,
if you pick
especially
like
at
freaking
just
5
making progress
acros
while
and
blocking.
nothing, you
Like I
can pick a
mentioned this earlier, where
Slice.
Silent can often sit around and sort of just block fights.
It also plays
with
decently
anything.
with
That can be poison,
Predator.
that can be fumes, right? That can even be like playing Neutralize. I distinctly remember.
Otherwise,
when I
not a
played
great
Neutralize
card,
solved my
but
elite damage. And
Zero
that's basically playing
cost
Slice at
on
that
the
point. It's
no
like something
energy
I guess, and
character
running for
isn't
steps, but I think
so
that was off the
bad.
back of a Transform into Nightmare early. I didn't really pick that. Slice
Just
gets
like C
into
tier.
the deck if you just don't have anything else really, and you see it up against like
Yeah,
Stick or
it's just
some
a
mediocre
C tier
cards.
card.
I'm probably picking this more often than most of the C tier stuff, so I could definitely see it being like in C tier.
I'm picking it more
a
than
little bit of a
the
boost because
dagger
it
throw
is
and whatever
Can't
garbage.
help you do something. It's just not impactful enough of a draw, especially later.
Why would you
to
pick
really do
Slice if you
anything,
already
so
have
it's pretty much
Predator?
ruling only,
Predator
and it falls
itself
off quite
doesn't do
quickly.
it though.
And it's 0 energy, so you can sort of just play it, but that's often not good enough to be
Predator
considered a
by
draw either.
itself, especially if not
Next up,
upgraded,
Strangle,
doesn't
1 energy,
really
deal 8 damage. Whenever you play
do
it,
enough.
he loses 2 HP. This is sort of like leading strike if it was
So
bad. How often can you really
Slice
be playing
plays with Predator if you draw it on the same turn,
That's really
because
bad.
Predator is expensive.
And in that case,
It
I would
also
hope
plays
that
on the
just
turn you
have
draw
ship
additional
powers or
cards
some other
because
way
it's
of
0
dealing
cost.
damage. Strangle is just not that. It doesn't have the ceiling that the ship cards do. I
But
think notably
it's
can
pretty
ship
bad.
Artifact, but most of the time, at best, this is like 12.
Most
damage
attacks
per
are
game, which
bad.
is just not as good
Big
as a lot of
shocking
other cards that are
news.
doing this, but with less conditions and have a higher ceiling. Kind of just definition of C tier for me. It's
Strangle is like
similar to
the
Memento Mori, but
phantasmal
pretty much
guard under
always outclass Memento Mori,
technology
so I
because it
think I'm
goes
just
through
gonna
the
have to list
block.
C tier and call it a day without much explanation. More than that. It's
Yeah,
a very simple
not
card.
not good.
Compare it to Blade Dance, and you will see,
Not that
or
good.
Leading Strike or whatever, that it's just not doing very good. Next up, Sucker Punch, 1 energy, attack, deal 8 damage, apply 1 weak. Silent does appreciate having weak chain on the enemy. You can sort of count the number of cards in your deck. Earlier I mentioned with Grand Finale, like counting
Yeah,
17
weak.
cards,
If you
being
need
3
more, you
turns
can
in
pick
rotation,
it.
Right. If you have a 3-turn deck where it takes 3 turns to cycle through the whole thing, neutralize even while green only lasts 2. And so you will
Yeah,
essentially never have weak
weakness.
chain or permanent weakness on the enemy without
Pretty
additional
good.
resources.
This
I
is
think
the
Sucker Punch,
worst
out of all the
weakness
weak
card
forces,
though.
is kind of the worst one. That doesn't mean that it's a bad
What the
card,
hell? This
but it's
guy's
outclassed by
copying what I'm
weakness. So very quickly,
saying.
when you have weakness from other places, Sucker Punch just no longer gets in. It's not really relevant in terms of dealing damage. It is really picked for the weakness, and the upgrade is solid. It just goes up a turn in weakness, but can become very, very irrelevant extremely quickly, especially with something like Suppress, which is just your upgrade to neutralize, and you never really need to pick
Also,
weakness
Artifact
again,
Strip.
except in the case of like Aeon Glass,
Artifact
where you just
Strip
get
for
damage.
Young Glass
This
if
card
you really
is,
need it.
C tier for me,
That's
but
probably
C
B tier.
We can go ahead and just give the weakness
Has
to
more
whatever respective
utility
reserves,
than the other
bump it up a little
garbages
bit.
here.
I don't think it's really necessarily solving a lot of problems for you, but it is
I
notably one of the few
like
attacks
I
that
like
can
Dash and
justify
Sucker
picking an
Punch
endgame,
way
even though
more
your
than the
chain is
other
very
crap here.
incomplete, and you're not
Like
getting
not
to
even
it.
close.
Okay, we will briefly talk about Suppress. Here.
Suppress
This card is extremely
broken,
strong,
yep.
but it is not inside of the regular card pool and replaces Neutralize. The upgrade being notably extremely powerful, guaranteeing turn 1 weak, and works really well with something like Assassinate. You can actually just use this as
Everything
sort of
comes to
a
Young
backstab,
Glass because
but
that's
it's just
the
fall
hardest
and
boss
Loot
in the
this card as
game.
well. I think Suppress is quite strong. I'm not going to put it on the tier list because it's not in the card pool, but
Also,
we can just say
Suppress
it's
kind of
very
sucks
good
against
and
Young
definitely
Glass,
S tier.
which is funny.
Okay, next up, the
Because
Hunt, 1 energy attack,
Artifact.
deal 10 damage. If fatal, gain an additional card.
The Hunt.
Few things are better in this game than just seeing more cards. It's a card game. You just
Hunt
wanna
is
see
good.
cards, right? That makes a lot of sense.
It's annoying.
The Hunt
Also, if you get
is
Act
basically allowing
2,
you
it's a
to
little
convert early game
late.
strength,
Act
your strong
1, very
early,
good.
into late game strength. You are able to block fights, and so now you can play the Hunt with some reliability and just always see the good card rewards.
Yeah.
And if you always are just seeing good card rewards because you're seeing a ton of card
I think
rewards,
it
your deck is always
can
going
go to S
what the Hunt does
tier.
essentially
I can
is
see it
it says
down
you don't have to be worried about
A
any
tier
damage you're strong
though.
at. Even if you cannot land this every fight,
Yeah, I can
it
see
is still
it in
accessible.
A tier
Getting an
because
additional
it's
4
not
or
like
5 card rewards out of this thing inside of an act.
if you see
is enough.
Hunt
And
and
it also
like
has a really broken interaction with
broken
the bosses,
S
where
tier
if you
card,
get the kill in a boss with Hunt, and it can often be worth paying
you
almost
pick the
your
broken
card,
S tier
don't die,
card. Like you see
I would pay
Hunt
60 or 70 life
Adrenaline,
to
you just
hunt
pick
the boss.
Adrenaline a
I think
lot
that's
of the time.
because you're just getting an entire extra rare,
Which is
reward
weird,
stream.
right?
Is also going to work with
But
relics, like stuff that gives you
Being a
gold or
vacuum is
HP when you're
broken
in
because
right?
it's
Can
good
work with a ton of
to
other
see more
things
card rewards.
to become exceptionally broken, but even at its floor, it's just extremely, extremely good. This is very easily S tier. We will put this over Leading Strike. I think
Okay,
it's
not sure about the
really
very
gonna be much
easily.
explanation. While just seeing more card rewards is
It's
really,
pretty
really strong. And maybe
strong.
just
It's
better
pretty
than
strong.
that comment. What you'll notice here, I think, is that most attacks are just not very good. In
You
the
get this
context
from
of Tier
Niall, I mean,
you
of
need to pick
course.
them, but they are not going to be
Of
solving
course.
your runs for you most of the time. They are cards that you pick because you need to pick them, and not cards that you pick because you want to pick them. Basically, every deck, if it was allowed to skip every attack, it probably would. You could construct a deck that does very broken
Would
things
that
without
pick
attacking at
Hunt
all,
over
but the way Space Fighters
Assassinate
designs, you
and
need
the
to pick these
back
things.
one?
Just very often they do not become relevant. for the entire
Very
run. They
often,
break out for the
yes.
boss, which is why they kind of with this.
So I guess
tiering
it's better
criteria,
than
end up the way
Assassinate.
they do.
Then it can be like in S tier.
Let's move on to skills now. So first up is Acrobatics, a very beloved card. Was recently changed from common to uncommon. It says 1 energy, draw 3 cards, discard.
Acro,
1
good card.
Acro at
Like,
common
not the best
serves a
card, but it's
very
good.
different purpose.
It's good.
than I think it does at uncommon. They obviously do the same thing, but the
Still
frequency
triggers
at
your
which you
slice
see
stuff,
Acro-
card draw
I will just say
good.
that Acro and Prepared are probably the two
Discards,
best discard
your
enablers
withers.
in the game, aside from a few other
Like
things.
A tier.
Best
A-tier
like,
cards.
things that are repeatable, I should say. They're the easiest way to actually.
I think
build a
S tier
deck
should
that
be
tries
like
to
the
do discard
actual
stuff
broken
over.
shit, like
It
Adrenaline.
being uncommon makes the entire package worse because of the nature of discard being a combo-oriented style. You need to reliably find
Solid A,
part
though.
B with part A. And very
Also,
often,
there's a new
Acro and
energy
Prepared want to
generation
come
card,
first
the
before
zero cost
slide
energy
cards,
gen stuff,
because they are
that goes pretty well
standalone
with Acro.
good cards. Nothing about that has changed. But the fact that you have to see an uncommon now, or like at least one of the cards that was core to this identity, is now uncommon. makes it
Because
a lot less
like
frequent the whole
Ricochet
package
gets
comes together.
clicked
And so while the card
because
is
it's common
really, really
and it's fine.
at doing that exact niche, I think
They
it
just
comes
pick
together
aggro
far too
that
infrequently
you're
now to
chilling.
really set out on a run and start speculatively picking
Very
discard stuff that
easy
you want
combo
do.
to
You're
put
gonna have
together. You don't need to
less
go
of a
all
good
in,
time,
right?
I think, if you try to like force discard, which is something we could actually do in the early patches of the game and inside of Spire 1. But there's been a lot of changes to Sly, and I think overall the whole package has just been nerfed too much to really care that much. Silent in general.
I don't
really
agree.
struggles
If you
with energy.
see
Acro without
the
energy
if you see
or
the
without a
cards,
payoff
Sly is still
is not
good.
that great.
By
I
that
think
I
Spire,
mean
if you come from,
prepare
like, a Magic
reflex,
Gathering
tack dashing
or
acro.
whatever other card game, you probably look at like draw 3 cards and you go.
But very
right?
difficult to
Brainstorm
see
Magic
them now
Gathering,
because acro is
Strong
uncommon.
card.
So you
And
see
that just
acro
says,
last
you're gonna put
act
you back on
1,
top.
then you don't
This
get to
is
pick
better than that even, but
pick
I think
your
that the
reflex
context
or
of Slate
tactician.
Spire is really that you draw 5 cards.
So
in
it's just
turn,
less
and in Magic you draw
consistent to
one
put
or
them
whatever. Whatever
together.
card you want to compare to. Most of these games,
But
you
if you
draw
can
one
put them
card per turn. And the draw
together,
effects are very
it's
powerful in those games. And
it's
Slate Spire,
good.
you just pass your turn, you draw 5 cards. It makes it
Even with the
way
young
worse
guys
to
in the
just draw
game,
your
it's
deck,
still
especially
good.
because there are often cards that you cannot miss, and you discard your hand at the end of your turn. So the evaluation of draw going from game to game can be kind of misleading for a lot of people, I think. If you cannot actually spend your energy efficiently and you're like drawing into powers, and let's say you want to play multiple powers and the cards that you draw,
Acro should
spending
go
one
back to
energy on a character that
common.
very often only ever has 3
No.
you often just miss.
I think acro
And I
back to
think Acro
common might be
now
a
that
little
the
too
whole
good.
slide package is worse means I just pick it less. Like against other cards now, Acro is not always just a slam dunk. Even if I see it super early, I mean, especially if I see it super early, it's not really a good card. Early on in the run, you're just drawing into strikes and defense with it.
Yeah,
And so you're not
acro's
actually getting output
decent
out of
out
it.
in common.
You're just drawing into more stuff. But if you're not actually trying to draw into anything or combo off at all, you're not really going to get much out of it. The upgrade is really strong. One extra card is very powerful when you're discarding one card, and very often if you're playing Acro, you want to do something like Acro into Flechettes. Having more cards in hand means that combo lands more often, and the reason for picking Acro is, again, these like sort of combo ideas. So if you're playing this with like Corrosive Wave or Calculated Gamble or whatever it is,
Corrosive Wave sucks dog shit. Yeah, I guess we'll get there soon.
I don't think it is quite as good, and it's not as universal as it was. I am going to put it, I think, roughly here above Pinpoint below Assassinate. And that may come as a surprise, but I think just the whole package.
I think I probably pick acro more than pinpoint, maybe.
The nuances around acrobatics mean that it's lower for me, and we can talk more about that as we get to more and more of the slide cards and brush on the changes that those have had, and also the impact that something like Aeon Glass has had, which I've already mentioned earlier in this video. Okay, next up, Adrenaline, 0 energy, skill, gain energy, draw 2 cards, exhaust. Goes to 2 energy on this. I don't need to really explain this, right? This is just one of the best cards in the character, very clearly. Over skip, it's basically always added unless you have Snecko, and even then it probably is still added. Essentially almost never negative. I think the only time you could say it's even remotely negative is like against Aeon.
You wouldn't pick Corrosive Wave.
Even then, let's be honest.
No, you need a lot of draw to support it. Also cost energy.
I don't know how powerful that is as a boss relic, essentially.
Only 1 point, man. Think of the raid. Welcome. This tier list sucks. Who made it? Not me.
If you want to just compare those, if you are confused for some reason, then yeah, very often this is just a really, really good effect. And you do have
the problem with Corrosive Wave is that it costs the energy.
Cloning Adrenaline sort of just
so slide payoffs are 0 cost. Corrosive Wave costs energy.
And play over and over and over again, well, you're gonna be able to do that. So you can sort of just play whatever you want.
Also, the number on Corosive Wave is too small.
It doesn't matter. Basically, anything you can play for damage is going to be absolutely broken with this. Essentially, it's just always good.
Okay, this guy's yapping about why Adrenaline is broken. Interesting.
Up against other rares that actually solve output for you, and you really need them. Okay, next, anticipate 0 energy, skill, gain 2 dexterity.
I don't like this
card. This is a card that you can pick if you are having problems scaling block, like say you did not find footwork, let's say you have a lot of draws.
It's a very low impact draw.
Fiddle, whatever.
Right.
You have any sort of like
you need to draw it with
relics or whatever it is to line this up with defense cards. Because alone
cards.
This doesn't do anything. When you draw it with other blocks, it can be very strong. And the upgrade
for it to be 0 energy block 4.
So if this comes green, it can be very, very strong. You can essentially just read this as block 4 for 0 energy.
So
and sometimes have a higher ceiling.
Very
sometimes it can block
niche.
more.
If you have a lot of draw, this is good.
For the next turn, and then
but if you don't, it's kind of a brick
draw.
draw.
Sort of thing that multi-blocks, maybe
I don't really like these kind of
just like a lot of
skills
in general, where you have problems making progress with that energy.
Just because the Riddle is in the game and Young Glass is in the game.
Card for you. It can sort of gain energy.
But yeah, if you have like a mid or a lot of draw, this can be good.
And then you play a third card on damage or whatever.
Yeah, like if you have a Pale's Blood.
I would say it's not getting picked very frequently.
Like you have a lot of draw for
including
Pale's Blood.
This if I've seen like no block cards throughout the act.
But yeah, it's a bit of a low impact draw, which I don't like.
It does give you an amount of output.
Probably like a B or C tier.
It can
the
be
ceiling of the card is high, but the floor is really low.
It's pretty decent. I would say most of the time it becomes unnecessary the second you see footwork or any other way to scale block, like with relics.
Yeah, if you see a footwork, this is also just useless.
The threshold that you need to meet to block for a long time. Maybe an endgame, but in endgame, I feel like there's better things to be doing. Usually you will have powers by then. So I think this is just like kind of definition of a C tier card. Has its spots.
C tier is
probably
fair.
Gonna go at the top of C tier for me. I do like this card a fair amount, but I don't think it's very, very powerful.
I think dashing C is still criminal.
Energy skill, gain 5 block, draw 2 cards. I think this card now is pretty convincingly just better than Acro. It's still
backflip, broken, pick every copy. Yep.
Anticipate or whatever. But also like footwork, any decks that you get from your relics, as mentioned earlier, it's just very convincingly better. I think honestly that I will just go ahead and put backflip into S. It's probably going to sit closer to the bottom, to be clear. But it being a block common is something that actually like I want to spend energy
Yeah, like
on
you
this.
cannot
Very
pick this
often,
into
backwards
knob.
my
You
hand
pick
with
20
other block
backflips
cards,
into
I
knob, you can
cannot really
destroy,
attack
but there's no
because I need to
knob, but
spend
just
energy on
freaking
blocking,
flip and
unless
the
you have
enemies
some sort of
die.
combo aggro, as mentioned. But backflip just doesn't need very much. Probably first copy over skips just always gets in, I would say. It works well with pinpoint, works with flush shots.
I think maybe I
works with
stop
basically
at
whatever. I mean, it's just
the
draw on it.
fourth copy
But that is a
if I
pretty
don't have
decent card. It becomes
dexterity.
green if you have Fresnel lens,
I
whatever.
pick like
Just an
3
exceptional
without
card.
dexterity.
Scales well
Then if I have
with
dexterity, I
game,
pick
and you
every
do see energy,
copy.
it's just going to get better and better. Very little needed to work with it, and I think overall I'm just kind of happy to pick block cards on this character in general. Next up, we have Blade Dance.
Blade
One energy skill,
Dance.
add 3 shivs into your hand, exhaust. The exhaust thing is kind of making this worse, I think, than Leading Strike, for example. There's
Blade
some
Dance
reasons
has
why
a
you like
problem.
this to exhaust,
It's a
relics,
skill.
namely, Joss Paper, whatever. Most of the time, I think
Yeah,
when you
it's
want
a
to like, pick
skill.
a card like this and upgrade it for
Unlucky.
damage, you want to be able to replay it. And unfortunately, Blade Dance is not getting replay because it says exhaust.
It's
so I
like,
think Blade Dance will Inspire 1 was
I mean, it
upgraded very
opens
frequently, and
up
this
the
game
shift
is super
power, so
If
first
you have shift stuff,
copy,
it's
still
very
good.
especially early on.
But
for
if you
shift cards.
have
I will say be careful. not to
other ways
overpick
to make
the shift
shifts,
cards
I
that
don't
have
want
shift
it.
synergies. You're better off kind of like keeping the deck like 2 or 3 shift cards.
Yeah, if you have other
drawing
shift
into your
cards, I
accuracy
don't want
earlier,
this
or whatever
one.
it is, Phantom Blades, you name
It's
it.
like one of the
Blade Dance
worst
is
ones. It's
also
better
just an
than
okay card to pick up early, just
certain
like
other
12
shift
damage. As
cards,
mentioned,
but
a
it's
lot throughout the
not
attacks here.
that
That's a pretty
good.
decent rate, and you can direct that damage however.
Probably
Scales
just like
3x
B
with
tier.
Strength. Again, works
Yeah,
with
put
the
it in
relics,
B
that work
tier.
on exhaust stuff, works with all the shift things. Kind of just a great card early and gets out of the way when you don't want it. If you do see accuracy or Phantom Blades and stuff, it opens us up to be immediately winning. And as mentioned earlier, being 1 card away from being immediately strong is a very good position to find yourself in.
I think
And Blade Dance is very
the
often putting you
thing
in
being
that
a
position where
skill
you can
thing is like
just
kind of
see the
real,
shift
which is
powers,
very
and then suddenly
funny.
your dex damage goes up by a lot. Obviously, it exhausts. so
Because
you do want multiplayer sources
sometimes
of shivs,
the
but it is sort of
knob
just a bridge
in
card
Act
that gets
3
you
can be
to
a
where you need to go.
problem,
This is
and the
pretty clearly
Dorito is
just
definitely
A
a
tier for
problem.
me. Most of the shift package I think is just very strong now, especially after discard got nerfed. I'm just picking these
So yeah,
things
I'll
more
put
often
Blade
and just
Dancing
slamming shift
B.
powers on site now, and it seems to just be winning. So,
But
but
the
that's A
first
tier,
copy
and
always gets picked
next
pretty
up,
much.
Blade of
So
Ink. 1 energy skill, add 2 Inky shivs into your hand. Inky shivs are just shivs that deal additional
oh,
damage.
Inky
1
shifts
damage
do
now,
not do
so nerfed,
damage
and
anymore. They are
weakness.
4 damage. They
Weakness
got
is very good.
nerfed.
Shivs are very good. I don't think it's hard
But
to
I
understand why this
assume
would be
this is still
a
very good.
exceptional card. This is
Yeah, it's like Omega
very,
nerfed.
very strong. And it doesn't say exhaust, so you can sort of treat this as just like a good
And
Blade Dance.
S
Also
tier
works
probably
well
still
because these,
fair.
shivs are enchanted. If you have like the Mystic Lighter, that they're doing
A lighter is
basically
crazy
Phantom
with
Blades on
this,
every
holy
single prop
crap.
of your shivs. So Blade of Ink can be your damage solve, but it also just is a huge utility card. Strips multiple layers of artifact at the same time, which is very important. And
Also-
just exceptional card. I think this is close
Also,
to the hunt.
Knife Trap.
Love the hunt. I'll throw it below for
Knife
now.
Trap
Scales
plays
is a little too strong on
the
hunt
Inky
to
shifts, and
warrant
Knife Trap
moving that
applies
at all,
weakness.
but
It's
yeah,
kind of
just
fun.
very, very strong. A lot of parallels you can draw to this in a lot of the earlier cards mentioned, so I don't feel like I need to go into it too much, but yeah, great. Okay, Blade Symphony is a multiplayer card. I'll briefly mention it. I think it's still really, really strong.
Blade
After having actually played a lot of
Symphony,
multiplayer now,
what a
I think even
nonsense.
2-player, this is very powerful. It really wants the upgrade now, but the more players you add, the
The
more it
older
gets.
one rotted,
As mentioned before, a
unlucky.
lot of ships have really broken interactions with exhaust and things like Dark Embrace, Feel No Pain, whatever. So yeah, really exceptional card, probably like A tier or something. Okay, Blur, 1 energy skill.
Blur.
Is not removed at the start of your
Also,
action.
a lot better
Silence
than
has
Spiral
now, I
1
think, a harder time fighting
because
against
there
Retain, because
is
Lily
no
Queen's now rare.
knob.
And Blur is sort of saying retain, just in a different flavor.
Yeah.
And especially with bosses that hit you hard on like
Blur
one
is
turn
pretty
and not the
good.
next, and
Blur
vice
is pretty
versa.
good.
Blur is allowing you to carry over energy and also block into a turn that demands a lot of
Not as good as
There's sort of a weak
Backflip,
turn,
in
and
my
then turn
opinion,
after
but
the right claw hits you for a
close.
lot of damage. And Blur is helping a lot there. And
Like,
Glasses
if
is
you
also
do
true.
not have
Test subject,
dexterity, I
also
don't
true,
want too
especially when
many
you split
blurs.
Test subject and changes phase over. You can blur on that turn, hold block for this first turn before you're able to.
Yeah, a lot
consistently
of
play
random
weakness on
use
phase 2 or
cases
3
for Blur.
and cover your bases there. So if you have a lack of draw consistency, if you have excess block, if you have any dexterity at all, really, Blur becomes exceptional.
Yeah.
I think overall I like this card a lot. It's not picked super early just because you're looking for damage, and this is
I picked
essentially
this in
just
Act
defense at
1.
the end of the game. It's not often you're overblocking instead of early game
this on
very
floor
frequently,
1.
but it very quickly becomes extremely,
Over skip,
extremely
but
strong.
not over like a
Many
real
decks
card.
can sort of solve endgame block, and also like Queen, for example, like the first turn when Queen actually becomes active, she hits you very hard, or 45. And Blur can
Also,
help
pretty
prepare for
funny
that
with the
turn. So
diadem,
if you
because
just have
diadem
consistency issues,
buff
Blur
is
helping
literally
there.
just
I think
blur.
this is just
They
very
can blur
easily
again
done
to
S
retain
tier
one
for
more
me now.
turn.
It's kind of a card I've grown to like.
It
more
just
and more as I've
stacks.
played. Inspire 1 was nowhere near as good, but in this game the consistency is so nice, and enemies don't actually hit you as hard, so you're able to retain block more. We also have the change to Diamond Diadem, and Blur is the
Oh
same
my
thing. And so if you have
god, he
Diadem, you're
read
carrying
my
a lot of blocks
mind.
over your boat
What
relics,
the
like Anchor,
hell?
Horncleat, Captain's Wheel. You can sort of carry the block over. So if you have any block from relics at all, I think it's a really
Why
good
is
signal to
this
Blur,
guy
but I feel like
copying what
most
I'm
decks
saying?
will benefit from a Blur throughout.
He
run at
watched
some
my
points.
tier list.
It will become better as the run goes later usually, but sometimes it can be very good against maybe waterfall giants or even the fish. Lots of bosses. So yeah, don't sleep on it. I think it's really strong. I could see cases for just saying it's A tier or whatever, but I'm fine either way. I think it's clearly somewhere in this area. Bottom of S.
Blur
maybe
is
somewhere in there.
bodyguard, kind
Next
of.
up, Bouncing Flask. 2 energy. Apply 3 poison to a random enemy 3 times. Poison's gotten a tiny glub since last making this.
Bouncing Rising
think
Flask
this is
used to
still
be
one
D
of the
tier, but
worst
I
poison
like it a
cards. I don't
little
think it's
bit
the
more
worst,
now.
but I very frequently try to
Just a
not
little
pick
bit.
poison cards unless I've
Because
seen something else
Accelerant.
that is
Yeah,
actually
just
giving me a
because of
sign that I want to
Accelerant.
do it. Say, Snecko Skull has a really cool interaction with this.
So
but
put
most
it
of
in
the time, this is
C.
card I'm actively trying to avoid and skip.
Yeah, before
It is just not doing enough
Accelerant.
damage the turn that you play it, and is overall
Before
clunky and gonna be
Accelerant, this is
relatively
like,
difficult to actually get down.
holy
I would have
crap,
a hard time
so
putting this D tier
bad.
again. I think it's still probably better than most of the stuff, even in the bottom of C tier. But it is not a good card by any means. It solves long fight damage for you if you need it, at the cost of probably taking damage the turn you play it. So I think we'll throw it in C.
Okay, I agree. Put it in C.
It's something you can pick if you need. It's just very expensive to play and rather difficult.
Expose cost 0, this cost 2.
Energy skill. If the enemy has poison, apply 9.
The most overrated card in the game. The Bubble Bubble.
More good cards that apply poison.
Oh god, he's gonna put it in A or something.
Bubble Bubble, I think, is a card that I will pick if I have like Twisted Funnel, if I have other poisons. Oh god, he's gonna put it in A. Which is a very good rate. If you compare it to Bouncing Flask and there's no other outside interactions and you don't care about like Bouncing Flask stripping artifact multiple times.
Bouncing Flask can do it for
instead of 2. So
the Bygone Effigy for sure.
If you have Wily Plants, if you have Pyramid, whatever.
B for Bubble, I think it's fair because it's a very efficient card.
Cycling and have like 1 poison card and just want to apply a ton of poison on the enemy. Bubble Bubble is like this is cost efficient way to
this is basically Catalyst at home.
Bubble is probably going to be good.
That's Bubble Bubble is Catalyst at home.
But even just a poison potion.
If you can make it work, it's very efficient.
It's just gonna work. And in other fights, if you
it's my preferred poison card. If I want to pick a poison card,
I think Bubble Bubble is probably just B tier for me.
Only B for Bubble.
Dagger Spray. I don't think it matters too much, but cost efficient for what it's doing. And
why is Dagger Spray in B, bro? It looks so out of place. Put it on C, please. Put it in C.
Okay, bullet time. 3 energy. You cannot draw additional cards this turn. All cards in your hand are free to play this turn. If you have Fiddle, absolutely disgusting. Cheat out your entire hand. If you have something like Backflip or Acrobatics and you are drawing into
bullet time works with Fiddle, works with
it will cost 2 energy, and then you can play your card in bullet time and be happy. Until then, it's going to be
works with Pale's Blood.
For the most part, this reads like get 1 energy.
Works
if you
with
think about what you're doing
a mid.
Turns, you're drawing 5 cards. And most of those cards
works with relaxes. That's like a very cool use case, by the way. Bullet time relax.
And also, if you have like high cost cards in your deck, you're likely to also have lower cost cards.
So I do think this is a little underrated, probably C tier though.
Because
but D tier definitely not.
Most time anyways. If you have Snecko Eye, this gets really good. Again, there's a lot of use cases for that. I think to me this is just sort of C tier. It's very infrequent. This is good.
Why is he copying me?
Probably better than Murder and probably better than Grand Valley.
Why is he copying me?
But very often it can just not cheat any energy at all. I think Silent just has better ways of getting it. If it comes green or you have these aforementioned things.
Yeah, I've never played anyone, seen anyone play Bullet Time.
If you just draw more cards, it's just turning.
I had the wrong way. Have relaxed Nightmare Bullet Time. It's like the most broken thing of all time. That Bullet Time.
Not indications of how good the card can be, just how often it is. And most of the time you are not going to have these energies when you're being offered this thing, like end of Act 1 or whatever, and need to pick it. There are other ways to get energy. It is sparse on Silent, and so I will not say that it's never going to happen. But the other energy generation.
Yeah, you can just pick Bullet Time with Pale's Blood, honestly.
Okay, next up,
that's the most common use case.
Next skill is played an extra time. The main use case for this Inspire 1 was Burst Catalyst, and that sort of won the fight immediately. This game does not have that. I don't think there's very many skills that you can just say, if I burst this, I win immediately.
I burst Blur, I win immediately.
Rare, it's going to be even worse. Burst, I think, unfortunately, very often reads.
No, I'm for real. I burst Blur.
The best use case for
I win immediately.
Especially inside of early game. So inside of early game, this is like a card that you're not really happy to see, and speculating on it does not become very strong.
But yeah, you don't really want to speculate. You do need a
skill in your hand, I guess.
You do need a burst target.
How good is a rare card that just says play Blade Dance? Probably not that good. It also has a lot of draw dependency issues. If you draw with no good skills in your hand that you want to burst again,
I think the ceiling is super high, and the floor isn't so low because you can always burst block.
On average than like Grand Finale. But
so I think I pick it a lot more than the other C tier stuff here. Probably go to B tier, B for burst.
Next up, calculate the gamble, 0 energy skill, discard your hand, then draw that many cards, exhaust. Calc gamble just says
Calc gamble just gets your powers in play.
Powers and do whatever else you want to be doing. And with the change Inspire 2, it now says retain on it.
Slide.
And yeah, it does not lose exhaust. And so before
it just gets your powers played sooner. Very good.
Like tough bandages,
solid card
to do damage or block or whatever, and activate all your slide, discard, synergy stuff. Now that Calc gamble exhausts,
A or S, I don't know. Probably A.
And so earlier I mentioned that
compared to the broken S stuff, not as good.
Calc gamble just isn't repeatable in the same way anymore, and so it can't actually be used in
if backflip is in S, then
this is less so a discard card and more so like that's an extra effect, and the main thing is just draw a bunch of cards for free, and that's essentially just Acro better. I think Calc gamble is very clearly just S tier card. It doesn't need a whole lot of
I guess if like
really just
backflip is here, then gamble is here.
Activating discard synergies on the side as a bonus is really nice. Can help increase the consistency of picking things like reflex and tactician. You don't need a whole lot to ever make this good. It gets better with additional draws. So let's say you have backflip already in the deck.
The upgrade to retain is good. I don't really care like 90% of the time.
Like you don't play the shivs, you just throw
because the main use case is to play your powers
down or whatever.
But if you are running some slide stuff, you can maybe upgrade it.
But yeah, Calc gamble always sort of positive pickup. There's very few times where I don't want it. I think Fiddle is the most obvious one. But
Fiddle,
I had a run where I used Calc gamble with Fiddle just to discard Withers and Aeon Glass and not draw any cards. It just literally read discard my hand, and it was still a good card. So it has a lot of utility on top of just being generically very strong, which I think just warrants a top slot. Okay, Cloak and Dagger, 1 energy gain, 6.
Holy broken.
Shivs again are just really, really strong.
This is
and
so
with Phantom
broken.
Blades, you really only want 1 Shiv. The upgrade makes
This
it go to 2
skills
shivs,
with
which isn't enough for Phantom
dexterity
Blades to
and
just
shiv
deal a ton of damage, and also
powers.
very easy to
What?
pick up early because it reads block on it. I think
Is
like
that legal?
Any Shiv card just sort of gets in, except for maybe Up My Sleeve. The rest of them are all pretty powerful, and this is no exception here. So
yeah,
I think
probably
this is just
A
A
tier
for me, probably like bottom of A.
I picked this more than Blade Dance, like a lot more.
Again, it's just a card that puts you like 1 card away from being really strong, and that's worth a pickup basically.
I don't want the second copy though.
Next up, we have
if
Cocked.
you don't have
this is a multiplayer card,
synergies.
so we're not really going to talk about it.
The first
Overall,
copy
I
is
think it
quite
ends up
good.
being very good in 2-player. That's the multiplayer mode I played the most. A little too Disneyland. Needing things to go
Concoct
really
more.
right. It can go really right, but it's just often not.
I think
worth
this
having.
is
There's better
better
things to
in
be doing on your
4-player,
own. If you have 4
but
people, then I think
2-player
this
it's
is
kind of sus.
quite okay. But yeah, probably like C tier in my head. Not going to place it again for multiplayer reasons. Next up, Corrosive Wave. 1 energy, whenever you draw a card, you apply 2 poison to all enemies.
What a
I
garbage.
think unfortunately, if Calc Gamble was unexhausting in this game, this would actually be pretty decent to do something like Calc Gamble and Reflex and play Corrosive Wave, whatever, and turn this into a lot of damage. Corrosive Wave, especially upgraded, can read a lot of AoE poison, like 9 poison to all enemies or something. From an
Holy
Acro, it's
crap.
upgraded and has the ceiling of being way better if you get like Acro and Calc Gamble. I've had this
Corrosive
before.
Wave
I think it's
into
very
Gambler's
often that
Brew
you will see something
into
that's very rare,
solving
it's not
the
It just doesn't feel like I'm
millipede.
really adding as much draw
GG.
into my silent decks as I was before, just because Acro has moved to uncommon.
But
As well
yeah,
as this just
pretty
being sort of
bad.
a card that says do nothing unless you draw it with other stuff. So you need a critical massive draw to really activate this. And
Yeah,
it's
the
not
do,
strong
I
enough to
love the
speculate on
white
it.
energy do
It really
nothing
only
cards.
happens
It's my
in runs where you
favorite.
transform into it. I think that's when I've had it happen for a few reasons. One, transforms basically remove base cards out of your deck, so it makes it easier to line up these combos. And so if you get it off a transform, it can work really well. If you're actually adding it to your deck and you still have all your base cards, you're just not going to draw it alongside your draw cards often enough to actually have it do anything. And for that reason, I think it's just C tier. It
Yeah,
just doesn't
sure.
work often.
I would like
think
put
it's
it in D
probably close to
even,
burst
but
in my head, so I'm just going to throw this somewhere here.
I
C
picked
tier is
burst a
gonna be
lot
overrated
more
here,
than
but
this.
just not
Like a
very
lot
consistent card,
more.
and also the payoff is just not worth it even when it does line up, except in very niche scenarios. Next up, Deadly Poison, 1 energy, skill, apply.
What a
5 poison.
garbage.
This is one of the worst options for poison in the game, unfortunately. Deadly Poison just needs the upgrade to really apply.
If it comes upgraded, it's like the best card of all time.
Basically, never wants to get it.
If it's not upgraded, it's like the worst card of all time. It's super funny.
I really want this, and I'm only picking it if I'm extremely desperate for damage.
But
For
yeah,
me,
if a
Deadly Poison
card
now is probably just a D tier card.
demands an upgrade, then it's not a good sign. D tier is fair.
Next up, Deflect, 0 energy skill, gain 4 block. On previous patches, I would say this was a bit better. I think now I find myself just picking it less, probably because I'm adding other block cards more frequently, and we also have more access to energy.
Deflect is like a dexterity thing.
I think you get punished.
If you have
more often for
dexterity,
adding
it's
these sorts
like
of
pretty
cards that are
sick.
low impact
If you
draws
have
and also
a mid,
skills.
it's
And
okay.
so this is definitely worse than the release patch by quite a bit. Without additional synergies like having dexterity or having nimble on this or something, I don't think it should be added very often. If you have no other block,
But yeah,
inside
if you
that one,
have
and
no
you're,
block
underdogs, for example,
and like too
sure,
much draw
but
or
I'm
something,
way
you can
happier to
consider
higher
it.
impact draws
Otherwise,
now,
the
especially because of
Dorito,
those aforementioned
it's gonna
enemies.
Dorito you.
This is probably just C tier for me now.
Yeah,
I think
C
it just
tier seems
really
okay.
the deck very often. It's close to being B tier probably, but it's just not all that great. Let's drop it below.
Some
dash
of
here. I think
these
it's
C tier
to be
cards
up
need to
next
go
Sucker
up,
Punch and
like
Dash.
the dash.
Okay, next up, dodge and roll. 1 energy, gain 4 block. Next
This
turn,
is
gain
the
4 block.
best
This does double
dexterity
proc
payoff.
dexterity. And if you have something that doubles the amount of
Also
block
a good
gain,
upgrade.
Hell's Legion, it works both turns.
They can just
So
upgrade
when you
this
play
by
you
hand,
double the
it's
amount
like
for both
fine.
instances, and that's quite cool. There's a couple of things that can do that.
But yeah,
mainly cost
without
stuff,
dexterity, I
and
don't
also
want
card
to.
sets. Card cool, that's
I don't want to
there.
pick too many
So that-
copies.
It's just not a huge deal, but I think this is slightly worse than before. Again, sort of lower impact draws
Just-
and blocking.
yeah,
fights for everyone
Doritos
doesn't work
running
as well as it
around.
used to. I will say against Dorito, this thing does block on
Probably-
1 turn and then not trigger the downside the next turn, so you're getting block on 2 turns. for
Maybe
basically the
B
price of
tier.
which does make it a bit easier to play. Like you can play
I
this
don't
turn
pick
before
that
you
many-
attack and
I
you're
don't
gonna
pick
actually
that
block
many
that fight
copies
because
without
that's a really hard
dexterity.
turn to block with dexterity if you do not have other
Yeah.
things going on or like powers that block for you. Having footwork or whatever makes this card extremely good. And sometimes you end up in decks that have like
Pretty
3
high ceiling
dodge rolls in
card
them.
if
It's
with
basically baby
dexterity,
Blur.
but
It can be better than Blur sometimes if you're not actually overblocking, but it's picked in similar spots, I would say. And inside of Act 1, it's just like good enough to sort of pick up. I don't think it's S tier like I would have said it was before, but I think it's probably just very easily inside of A tier somewhere. I think I like Cloak and Dagger slightly more than it, so I'm going to leave that where it
I
is.
like both these cards.
Next up, Escape Plan. 0 energy draw, 1 card, you draw a skill.
Oh, this card.
Again, this is something that was punished pretty hard by Dorito. And also Aeon Glass, right? You're just sort of like...
This card is
wasting
actually
card
not
play
very good
sometimes to get
if
nothing,
you
and
are-
don't know that you're going to draw a skill.
If you
and
do
very
not
often just
have
don't get points.
dexterity.
Those 2 enemies have really dropped this a bit. I still think it's a good card. Instead of Act 1 and in most fights in the rest of the game, it's just...
It's like the
free
first
and quite solid.
copy.
Obviously with Snecko,
You
it's
can
not good,
kind of
but
pick
yeah,
it, but
probably
it's kind of bad for
somewhere
every
in
Act 3
A tier
boss.
Still, again, not quite S, but
Right?
good enough for
You
most
get
decks to pick
destroyed
up
by
pretty frequently. Just
Ion
don't pick
Glass,
him
you
and,
get
like, multiple
destroyed
copies of it.
by
I guess if you
Knob,
clone
you
it
get
into something,
destroyed
but,
by
like, maybe letter opener or something.
the bound thing
Okay.
on Queen. So
Next
without
up,
dexterity,
expertise. Draw
the
cards
second
until you
copy
have
basically
6
never
in
gets
your hand.
played.
This has been changed on the
picked.
current beta branch to now give you less
So
draw,
I think
but retain
escape plan probably go to B tier
Expertise in
for
that
me.
situation, I think, just isn't enough draw. And again, Silent struggles really hard for energy.
Expertise.
I don't think that rework has actually really changed how good this card is. I have not played with it a ton just off of nature of not clicking it. It just doesn't read that well to me, but maybe I'm missing something. I'm
Expertise
down to be
is
proven wrong on this. In my
like-
head, this has not really moved the needle at all.
It's
so unfortunately, I think we're
basically
gonna throw
Predator
Expertise into
without
C-tier. Oftentimes when you want to draw
the
two cards
damage
or something,
attached.
like compared to backflip, you would rather just have the guaranteed effect of blocking.
Yeah, it's
because
basically
you know
Predator
that you
without
can
the damage
accept
attached,
5 block as
which
being enough
isn't
to sort
very
of solve the turn,
good,
even if you draw into nothing.
to be
When you
fair.
play something like Expertise or Acro or something, you really need those draws to solve the turn. And unfortunately, I don't think this is enough draw to really warrant that.
But
Most
yeah,
other
kind
draw cards
of
that are considered good do
need an
something
upgrade
alongside it that is a
for it to
desirable
be
effect, say, for
super
example, Counter Strike.
impactful.
Obviously, it's on a different character, but doing damage is just good, right? Sometimes you just need to do damage and the draw is an afterthought. Expertise, its main function is just to draw. And so if it's not solving, then it's not really going to be all that exciting.
I have picked Expertise a couple times. It's
Next
like
up, expose, zero
whatever.
energy, remove all artifact and
Expose,
blocking. It applies to vulnerable
holy.
exhaust. This has really cool interactions throughout the run, namely the
Broken.
bug inside of Act 2 that burrows into the ground and you need to break
Yeah,
the shield.
broken
after
card.
hitting. But
First
that is
copy,
completely
basically
not something that really
always.
makes sense.
Then
Expose has a lot of
second
utility
copy,
in random spots like
usually
that. I think the
always
biggest thing is
as
that shield
well.
artifact. And this lets you apply weakness.
Then
a lot
third
earlier. Also, vulnerable is a key
copy
word.
depends.
So yeah, basically free vulnerable and artifact strip. There's a lot of enemies that have a lot of artifacts in this game. Mecha Knights, a lot of the enemies inside of Act 3, like the cube.
Yeah,
the
yeah,
Amber
artifact
Glass is, like, the
running
biggest one.
around.
Just bursting down an enemy and being able to strip shield is also relevant. There's more enemies in this game that apply block than there was in Spire 1, so that effect is more
Card art
desirable.
is very
I just think overall
on
it's
point, by the way. That
This
enemy
is
has a lot of
just S tier, I
artifact.
think. I don't really think I have to explain much more behind that. Glass is just probably the toughest enemy in the game at the moment, at least. And
Also,
Silent
vulnerable is
has the
valuable
tools
to
Glass,
have.
but you do need to be thinking about it. most of the time.
Every
This
run should.
being a very, very strong card into Glass is exceptionally good. Definitely stronger than it was. And we're doing more stuff with physical damage now with shivs, so we care more about the vulnerable than we did before as well. Okay. Fade. Skill retain. Another player gains 6 dexterity this turn. This is a multiplayer card. I'm not going to talk too much about it. I don't think it's super good. You generally don't want to be playing cards that don't do anything for you unless the effect is really good. And unfortunately, that's just not that good.
Jason just
Briefly
hates
talk
his
about flanking as
teammates.
well.
He
This
doesn't
is
want
when
his
you take double
teammates to
damage from other
block.
players this turn.
What a
That is
nonsense,
more along the
dude.
lines of effect I'm talking about. It's exceptionally good. This is probably just S tier. We're going to briefly move on with that. This is not a multiplayer tier list. Okay. 1 energy hand trick. Skill gain 7 block. Add slides with a skill in your
Okay.
hand this turn.
Unfortunately,
again, there's just not that many skills I care really about shooting out.
unfortunately, I have
If it's a
picked
power or
enough
any card
hand
type,
trips
now we can
now.
talk a little bit, but the payoff is
To
just
know
not
it's
okay.
like
And the floor
okay.
is okay. Like,
Which is very
7 block
sad.
is fine.
The fact that
Needing
hand
to
trick
draw
is
it
an okay
alongside a
card.
discard card that you also want to play, and then also have a skill that you want to cheat out.
Because you just play snake bite with it.
Specific cards usually that you need to draw.
It all
Most
comes
times
back to
card
the
is
snake
specific
bite.
card. I don't really want to add. A
I
generic block
cannot
7
put it
card
in
into
D
my
tier.
deck
I
throughout
think
most
it's
of the game.
better than the stuff in
This
D
is
tier.
Probably just D tier for me. I think there's ways that you can make this stronger.
Also,
it can cheat
if,
out energy sometimes, but it is wildly.
If hand trick
inconsistent,
comes
and I think the
upgraded, it's
times
10
where you
block.
have it, that'd be good.
You just
Not
pick
very
it
good.
because it blocks for 10.
Okay, next up, Haze. It says 3 energy, Sly, apply 4 poison to all enemies.
What
This has
tier
been
is snake
changed
bite?
on
It's
the
coming.
beta
It's coming
branch.
soon.
Haze on the beta branch reads apply 4 poison and 1 weak to all enemies
Alright,
for 2
Haze
energy. If you are coming to
really
Spire
needs
1,
an upgrade.
You might realize that is very close to another card that we had called Crippling Cloud.
Without
There's a couple
the
differences.
upgrade,
One,
it's
this does
kinda
not apply 2
sad.
weakness at base. You need to upgrade it for it to apply 2 weakness. And also the upgrade goes from 4 to 6 instead of 4 to 7. The energy cost is the same, but very notably this card does not exhaust.
But yeah, if
So,
a card
I think
demands
Haze
an
as a
upgrade,
beta branch
it just
card
goes down a tier to
actually
me, for me.
exceptionally strong.
It's difficult
AoE
to
artifact
pick up
strip is very
in some
powerful, especially
situations.
applying 2 layers of AoE strip is even better. But notably, this is kind of doing 2 things that work well together. When you are poisoning the enemy, what you want to do is sit around in the fight and let the poison tick down. And how do you do that? Well, you need to block. How are you blocking? Weakness, right? So I think this card just has built-in synergy that makes it much better than a lot of other poison cards. And I think this maybe is one of the best poison cards, if not the best. It's definitely up there. Crippling Cloud is a card I really, really liked inside of Spire 1. And I think it's just a better effect inside of this game, to be honest. Very, very strong upgrade. This needs to be upgraded basically immediately. I think as an unupgraded card, it's not super strong, but the upgrade is exceptionally good. So definitely a card I think most decks want. Weakness is just a very strong effect, and this is just a very good way of getting it. So
A tier, probably not,
here
because
Cloud Enjoyer, and I think that is not
if a
changing. This is tier
card
2.
needs to be
Next up, Hidden Dagger, 0
upgraded,
energy.
that's
Skill,
a
discard
pretty
2
big
cards, add 2
downside.
shards into your hand. Very
I
comparable
cannot
to
really
Leading Strike
evaluate
with some
the
additional upside.
card
So this
and
one discards
pretending
2
it comes
cards. I think
upgraded.
oftentimes you play this last and you just end up discarding 1 card out of your hand. It can discard a Sender's Bane and be kind of
But yeah,
annoying
the
that way,
upgrade's
most of the time this card's
very
not
good.
Why you're picking this? It's just an added upside. Really, you just pick this to say 0 energy make.
But yeah, I have skipped a lot of
Shiv's really strong.
haze
This
because I just
is
cannot
very,
afford the
very
upgrade.
good card to see early. 0 energy again, letting you make progress while also blocking and doing other things.
Hidden
Versus draw
Dagger is
cards
pretty strong
can activate
card.
those discard synergies, and also importantly in Aeon Glass, getting rid of 2 cards. is
Hidden
very good.
Daggers, Ricochet
Usually
just
when you
like
have discard
cooks
effects, you want to
everything.
be paired with draw effects because you need to be discarding specific cards, but certainly in Aeon Glass that is not really true. Like you're just getting rid of withers and they always appear in your hand. Hidden Daggers now is just easily S tier. It is definitely better than Leading Strike. I think even as
I don't know if it's
I'm
better
just
than
gonna throw that
Leading
right
Strike
above there
actually.
and say that this is definitely just like one of the best shift cards in the game. There's a lot of very good shift cards, but this one is.
I don't think
extremely,
it's that clear. It's
Okay, next up, Knife Trap. 2 energy, play every shiv in your exhaust.
sometimes you actually cannot afford to
we
discard.
didn't really have much of a use for this. You just
It
didn't
comes
need to do
up
it. Shivs were not even really the dominant way that I was
more
doing it
often
most of
than
the
you
time.
think.
Now that is not true. One, you need the damage. Bosses
But
need
it
to
costs
die now.
0,
That's
so.
extremely terrifying. Test subject has been buffed. That is also terrifying. There's a lot of reasons why you need to push damage, and also the fact that the shivs in general.
Knife Trap's pretty good if you have shivs.
Going to have this be a
Pretty
card,
good with
not just a
Razor
speculative card,
Tooth,
way
because
more
your
often.
shifts are
Knife
upgraded
Trap
automatically.
now is just a boss killing card that doesn't need very much. If you're playing 2 energy to like throw 10 shivs at the enemy, and that's buffed with accuracy or something, that's extremely powerful. That can proc.
Yeah, just a big boss killing card.
Earlier, just insanely good. The upgrade's pretty solid.
Also plays very well with Ninja Relics.
Is the big one, or,
Like proc Ninja Relics 500
times.
times.
Way better, just for context reasons. Like the game surrounding it has changed a lot. The card text really hasn't changed, but everything surrounding it has made this just a better card than it was before.
Probably
I think
A-tier.
honestly that I'm going to put Knife Trap at like bottom of A. If it's not good yet, you should probably consider carrying it around just for the boss. It's going to be pretty rough in hallways, but if you have like 3 shiv cards or like 2 cards maybe. Even,
I mean, I would not
like a Blade
really
Dance,
blind
Dagger,
pick Knife
Lead
Trap,
Strike, like, that's
but
not
you
asking
need
a
some
whole lot from your
shivs
run.
in your
You're gonna have
deck
that fairly
already.
often. That Knife Trap becomes very good, and I think it just performs super well at the role that it needs to do. It can like literally one-shot test subject phase. You can scale it during Queen, like while the minion is alive and easy to block, and then burst.
Yeah, it's like a big boss killer.
Aeon Glass before the Withers overwhelm you. Silent just needs tools. To deal with
This
those fights, and I think
Under
this
Predator is
pretty
so
good at
weird
doing
though.
that. So much better than it was last time. Let's go ahead and move on. Next up, leg sweep.
Broken
Synergy,
S
apply
tier,
2
go
gain,
next.
block. The upgrade's very good,
Broken,
extends weakness, makes the block number go bigger. I don't think I need to explain much. I think we've already talked about how good weakness is a keyword. Blocking and applying weakness at the same time is really just reading a big block number, like bigger than what the actual block number reads. Leg sweep has always been one of the best cards on the character. I think that has not really changed at all. You need to apply weakness to make it reasonable to block most enemies, and I think this card is just exceptional. So probably just throwing that above Hidden Daggers, definitely close to one of the best cards in the character. The whole S tier is obviously just insane cards, but the top tier of S tier is even better than the bottom by quite a bit, I would say. Okay, next up, Malaise. X boss. Skill, enemy loses X strength, apply X exhaust.
Oh
The
my
Dorito
god,
is an enemy
every
that a
card
lot
is
of players
broken
can
on this
struggle with.
character. What the
Malaise is
hell?
solving that fight very easily. You basically play it once, and then for the rest of the fight, the Dorito's not really going to hit you for very much. The multi-hit is really the turn in that fight that is going to be
It's so funny against the Beehive guy and
the minion or the Queen can be debuffed to a point
the
where
Dorito.
the multi is just not doing anything to you, and those are the scary
You just
hits.
played
That's
Malaise and
the
they don't do
multi is
anything.
That's extremely scary. Aeon Glass has a multi-attack. Basically every scary fight in the game has a multi-attack except for a handful. And even if the enemy's not multi-attacking, reducing their strength can meet some really good thresholds. You shoshould pay attention to the rounding on weakness here. Do a bit
Also
of
a pretty
math
decent
to figure
upgrade.
out how to
One more
appropriately use
strength
energy
down
into this.
and one more
Sometimes it can
weak.
be not all that impactful to use like all 3 of your energy. Sometimes it only needs
Also
to be
pretty good for, I mean, okay, it's pretty good like everywhere. I can stop listing examples.
If you are vulnerable, Malaise is getting more effective. So against Queen when you're debuffed, and the enemy hits you for 9/5.
It also
really
cooks the Queen.
6/5.
Yep.
And so when you Malaise it, that number
Cooks
goes down,
every
and the
boss.
vulnerable amount on you is going to be doing less damage, right? So Malaise and weakening the enemy's strength and weakness in general can just be
Broken ass
really
card.
powerful. This is easily S tier. Don't have to talk very much about it. Okay, next up is Mirage.
Oh,
Energy, gain
this
block, equal to poison, all
card.
enemies exhaust. On the beta branch, this no longer says exhaust on it. And so if you are doing any sort of poison damage with any amount of consistency, this is a card you can loop to actually scale block.
I
That makes it much better because very
had the
often
pleasure
Mirage
of
was a
picking
card
this a
that
couple
wanted to be
times.
played later into the fight, and it could not be looped once you've already scaled, and it meant that it wouldn't actually stabilize the fight for you. Now that's not true. You can sort of just loop this, and you can also play like Mirage.
It
Templar or
upgrades
something
to
gain a huge amount of
it's
block. The fact
this
that it works on
text and
AoE is
upgrade
quite
to
nice.
not
You can have,
exhaust.
one tick of
So
KOs,
it's
enemies
one
have
cost.
9 poison because there's 3 of them. That's still a respectable block card. With
So
a
you
much
do
higher
kind of need to
I still
upgrade
think
if you
very
want to
often
play
when you're
this
picking this,
multiple
there's better
times.
ways to scale block,
If your
and
deck
it
is
adds a
doing
lot more
poison
slots
stuff,
than it
this
used
is
to have, just off the
insane.
nature of being a block engine now, really, that I can set up and sort of keep playing over and over, and maybe store block throughout turns, and this can be like
Plays
a big
very
jumpstart
well with the
enabler to
blur
gain those
too.
powers. So I think we're gonna bump this up. Probably to like top of C tier. I think it's still too niche by a little bit, but definitely
I
not D tier.
don't
like before, not
think
completely
it's C
unusable
tier. I
by
think it's
any
B tier. The card just
Next up,
kind
Nightmare. 3
of
costs.
owns.
Choose a card. Next turn, add 3 copies of that card into your hand.
I mean, if you have no poison,
Nightmare
obviously do
is
not
most
pick
frequently
it.
used for output solves. And what I mean by that is you're going to be nightmaring powers, you're going to be nightmaring something that increases your top end in the fight. Because obviously it's very expensive. Inside of hallway
Yeah,
fights and short fights in general,
Nightmare
you
just
generally
boss
don't play this at
boss
all.
off.
You just skip it.
Nightmare
Just skip it.
power.
And so early game
GG.
it's very bad to carry this around. It's basically doing nothing. As mentioned earlier, I have done like Nightmare Neutralize with like some draw cards to solve my damage. That is very fringe, and that was a transform. But it can do some stuff. You sort of need to have a target in mind when you're doing this. If you see Alchemize at a store or something, that can be game breaking.
What?
Nightmare
Why?
is infinite. You
What?
have infinite nightmares,
What
you
is
close
this
the
guy
cards instantly with decks, so you
doing?
can do Sort of meta scaling that can do some funny stuff. This is a classic Inspire 1. I would not recommend installing. It is not very fun, but it does exist. So, anyways, Nightmare is.
I hate
think,
this streamer.
When you
Why
need
would he
output,
say
it is
this?
desperation solving, but you would almost rather just have extra copies of the power that you are trying to copy or whatever it is. Notably, you can do
Yeah,
a
it's
Nightmare
like,
potion or something, and that fixes
it's
a big problem with Nightmare
desperation.
that you need to draw alongside an actual
Scaling.
target. And the main way to make Nightmare good is
But
to
it should be
you
better
have
than
Lily Plants,
detail
if you have
crap.
Timid,
Putting
then
in
if you
C.
have a lot, then this card gets a lot better. If you have a bunch of energy cheat, if you have Pounce to cheat it out, sure, we can do some funny things with it, but very often the deck lacks an actual target for this, I find, or it's just not needed. I don't think it's quite D tier because Angos often demands output, but probably just somewhere roughly below bullet time. I would say.
Sounds reasonable.
Just most often a curse, like it cannot be played, but has a niche in the end game to sell that output. Sometimes bosses like Lagavulin, you can like Nightmare backstab or assassinate or something, and it's not so terrible, but yeah, not exceptional by any means.
And Nightmare
The opposite
backstab.
of that, a not acceptable card would be Piercing Whale, which is a completely disgustingly good card.
Yeah, okay,
Because one energy
Piercing
all
Whale
enemies
S tier.
lose
Go
turn
next.
This reads block for oftentimes well over 20 in a fight. In Queen, for example, this is blocking full 45. In AoE fights, this can be blocking way more. Just a gross card. I think if you just start understanding that this has one more interactions, it strips artifact, it just reads block 6 at like the worst case. Obviously, if the enemy has artifact, sometimes you can do no block, but you're at least stripping artifact. For the most part, Piercing Whale is a card that I want multiple copies of in almost every deck.
I would
just
take
gets
4
better as
copies.
the goes on, essentially. Yeah, crazy card. If you do not think this card belongs in S tier, and I could argue that it's better than Malaise, I'm not going to, I think. But the fact that it's a common and impacts the game and enemies,
It's not better than Malaise. Calm down, Jason. What are we doing here?
Is just ridiculous. If you don't think it belongs where it is here, I just really urge you to just start picking every copy and just seeing what happens when you play them, because the Decimillipedes become way less threatening. Every scary fight in the game, this is good in almost. The 3 Knights inside of Act 3, it's exceptional. Just in any 3 enemy fight, this can just read at worst 1 energy block 18. That is a gross number, like a really, really gross number. Okay, next up, Prepared, 0 energy skill, draw 1 card, discard 1 card. This is probably the best discard enabler and the easiest one I think to pick up without having anything else.
Prepare really kind of wants an upgrade.
I think it does need
like a first
upgrade,
copy you can
again,
kind
doing
of
discard stuff and
speculate
opening up
on.
discard stuff is something that's powerful to do, and even without discard stuff, it can just throw away withers in the
The
game.
upgrade is pretty important.
It says draw 2 cards.
So you can actually line up your ricochet. It's just prepare ricochet. It all comes back to the ricochet.
Piece for filtering deep into your deck that it's just easily S tier. This card I think is hurt by Dorito. Angos, it's kind of.
I don't think it's S tier. Probably just A tier, honestly.
It's a very good card. I'm gonna throw it below Hidden.
He is contradicting
It has
himself.
so much utility throughout the run. And just opens up so many things, being really strong. It's really hard.
You
to
were
get
just
into
saying
slide
how
stuff
the
without
slide
having prepared.
package
It's
is like
basically
kick a
made
nerf.
actually
Now you
consistently,
put
like Calc Gimbal
this
itself,
in
and
S
daggers and
tier.
jump cards to line up the combos.
Well,
So
it's
if you're just
actually
trying to
not that
combo
good
stuff,
without the
Prepared is
upgrade.
card. When it comes green, you basically pick up.
But
So
the
if you have
first
Toxic Hit,
copy
it's just
can
into the deck.
pretty much
Upgrade, it's a
always
very
get
strong
in.
upgrade. 1 extra draw for
Over
no
skip.
cost is exceptional. Next up, Reflex 3 energy, Sly, draw 2 cards. This upgrades to 3. It is a very, very good upgrade if you can actually consistently play this for free. And again, Prepared is the main enabler for this thing. Acro with Reflex is not really that good, so this wasn't
The
hurt too
main
much by
enabler
Acro
is
being
actually
really
tools of the trade, but
Reflex
sure.
really needs consistency. You never want to be playing this for 3 energy cost, obviously.
Like all
So
the
if you
slide
cannot
stuff
activate it
actually
with
just
that
need
card,
tools of the
if you
trade.
can, it's free draw. So really, this comes down to how consistently can your deck do this. And
Yeah,
there's a few use cases where
I
it's
don't
not really good.
speculate
There's
on
a small deck,
Reflex
you have,
at all.
like 2, and maybe
Even with
Acro,
1
or
prepared, I
or something, you
might
have, like,
still just
3
not
sources
pick
of
it.
discard. That's like kind of the bare minimum, I think, for wanting this to be like actually good. At 2, I'll consider it just because I'm very close to having it be broken. The other is Tools of the Trade. So with Tools of the Trade, after it's in play, which obviously you still need to draw into it, so it can brick you in your first cycle. But after Tools is in play, Reflex is free draw. And that's obviously very strong. So if you have Tools in the deck, Reflex becomes very consistent and just sort of extremely strong inside of long fights and just gets into the deck. I don't think this is S tier anymore. The whole slide package is just worse than it was, and I can get into it less often. I think if anything, we put this at like top of B now, maybe. It is a little bit
Nah,
sad how much worse
B
the
seems
slide
okay.
package is now, but I just find myself doing it so much less than I was doing it.
Yeah,
on
B
release.
seems okay.
Okay, next up, Scare. Apply 1 week to all enemies exhausted.
That card does not exist.
This card now was reworked and renamed into Sidestep. So we can sort of talk about
Sidestep
that
is 0
the actual
energy,
cards here,
next turn
which
gain
is
1
beta branch.
energy.
So if you're on the main branch, then I guess we can say that this card just says weakness on it. It's not so bad. It's not the best
Energy card on the character that doesn't have energy, but it's a little bit low impact.
Yeah. Sidestep
It's-
reads 0 energy, next turn, gain 1 energy.
It's better than
Sidestep
Wisp,
is
in my
a card
opinion.
that I think most people will recognize as an analog to Outmaneuver from Slay the Spire.
Yeah, I think it's better than
And
Wisp.
this card is basically meta-defining for Silent, I think. This single-handedly is like one of the only cards that actually solves
What is
energy
bro
problems.
saying?
You
What do
can
you
do
mean
stuff where
meta
you sort of play
defining?
Sidestep and then use that to play more draw cards the next turn to play more sidesteps, and then repeat this loop, and every single turn you're playing more draw cards and then more sidesteps.
What
and
the
so
hell
on.
is he
You sort of do
saying,
exponential.
dude?
You just get to scale by stacking more and more sidesteps, which allow you to draw into them again and again. The upgrade I think is really important, having 2 extra energy versus 1.
That
is a huge deal.
doesn't.
But
That
just being able to play
scenario
zero
he's
cost cards
describing
next turn
doesn't
energy
really
for Silent is so
happen, but
incredibly important.
it's
If you remember
just
earlier, we have stuff
fine.
like Malaise, we have stuff like Predator, we have stuff like
First
Royal Slam.
copy,
We
once
have a lot of
again,
cards that
can
just benefit from having
always
energy
be picked
and don't necessarily
pretty
need the
much.
turn that we actually play it.
But if you pick
Sidestep
too many
is just
copies
incredibly
without a
good
draw,
for Silence, and I think we were
you
really missing
actually
something like
break
this.
your draws.
This overall is probably one of the biggest changes that came out of
Yeah,
the
it does-
most recent beta
does
branch
break your draw
patch,
if you have
is
no
having this
draw.
pullback. And we have an outmaneuver analog because in this
But
game
you
it's
have
so
a
good,
if you have a lot
Silent
of
just
draw,
really
this is very
needs
strong.
energy so badly,
Probably
and
like
it's so
A
much
tier
stronger.
for me.
And I guess we can sort of talk about Snakebite after this because they work really well together, and that definitely bumps up Snakebite's evaluation for me. But Sidestep I think is easily just S tier. This card is game
very.
warming. You really want to have explosive turns in this character, and this allows you to just.
I don't know what he's saying, dude.
And turbo through your deck essentially. It lets you set up really massive turns. You can do something like Nightmare Sidestep and actually be able to play all the cards that you Nightmare. For example, lots of things just work with this in a really nice way, and Silent very often has very expensive energy requirements that she cannot really pay for.
I don't know what he's describing. I play a leading strike, I do 200 damage. That's my Silent deck.
Do with this, it just gets more and more broken the more I play with it. I think it's just one of the best cards on the character now by a lot. Okay. We'll talk about Snakebite here and skip a little bit ahead here because I think these two work in tandem. When you have Snakebite in your hand, it's very hard to actually play it.
Snakebite for me
Sidestep, much
has
gone
up
sort of
a little
say
bit.
that it pays for your Snakebite next turn, and then this becomes a thing you can play, and this can activate your bubble.
Yeah, Snakebite has gone up for me a little bit, mostly because Pound Snakebite is freaking insane.
And this can be something you need to be doing. Not that I'm like in love with Snakebite or anything,
but
I think this is much.
I don't really want to pick this if I can avoid it.
It's a lot better.
2 energy, 7 still a bad
That's
rate.
the main thing that Snakebite has going over it. If you just compare the two numbers, it's worse. It strips less artifacts, does less damage. Bouncing Class is kind of better in that regard. But the fact that
Pound Snakebite is kind of broken.
It's a common card means that if you're just lacking for damage, Snakebite can just get in. I don't think Snakebite's acceptable.
Still like C tier for me.
I'm still trying to avoid picking it like inside of early game, but I think it's worth a mention that it's gone up for me, and I'm not.
It's gone up for me from D to C.
There's a lot of context around the game has changed to the point where that is now a desirable effect or a more desirable effect than before. Okay, let's jump back here to Shadow Step. 1 energy, discard your hand.
Oh
next turn,
my
double damage.
god.
We had a very similar effect to this inside of Spire 1, and it was complete garbage. You do not want to be discarding your entire hand. Obviously, now Welly Plains is less common, so we don't have to worry about that as much, but this has a very big problem of you don't know what your next hand's going to be. And if you draw
Shadow Step,
Shadow Step, and the next turn you do not
screws your Phantom Blades. It's so bad.
There's no real way to guarantee that your next hand is going to have attacks to actually play.
It's like actually so bad.
With a bunch of attacks to make Shadow Step work consistently, it's really clunky. Double is a crazy thing to put on a card. So for that reason, it has its place if you are desperate for damage.
I mean, the number
especially with
is large. You can play with potions,
definitely do not
like attack pot, shift pot,
or any Welly Plane sort of effects. Discarding your hand is
so cannot be
I will
D.
know that you can use it to discard
C tier for sure.
Again, that is like something that has to be talked about because of how run warping that enemy is, but it's
C tier for sure.
That much about to warrant putting
also plays with that relic.
I think it's similar to
like the AoE, the Giga Shadow Step AoE relic, bomb 20 damage.
But worth mentioning that they have their places, and that's kind of cool when rares can be bad, but still useful in certain spots. Okay, next up, Shadow Meld, 1 energy, double your blocking this card, again, suffers from something pretty similar, where you just need to draw it with a bunch of other stuff.
This card's demanding upgrade. It really demands an upgrade. It's like so much output if you can upgrade it.
You don't have to use just the dexterity to increase your block gain on cards.
However, unupgraded, very not impressive.
Let's say you have tough bandages, and you can
also a little draw order dependent. So for rare,
I, however, think that
probably just like B tier.
I block 5. If you're hoping to draw Shadow Meld plus like a better block card or multiple block cards, again, we're starting to get into territory of just not very likely to happen. That becomes kind of problematic. Or you just don't want to spend all your energy on all those cards anyways. So it can very often just read not all that well.
The upgrade on this card is insane.
It can do stuff, especially with
the upgrade. Because the energy you get is doubled effectively because you get to spend it on a double block card.
But it's worth a note that this is sort of more desperation to be able to do that. But yeah, not all that crazy good or anything. Definitely just C tier card, probably similar to Shadow Step under bullet time for me.
I don't think it's.
Maybe I'll bump bullet time up.
I don't think it's in C tier. I would put it in B because the number is very large.
Okay, next up, Storm of Steel, 1 energy skill. Discard your hand.
Holy garbage.
Shivs are better now, and so this card got a little bit better. And also, Glass is giving you fodder in your hand to.
This is the worst shift card. It's not the worst one. There's a worse shift card than this one. Probably the second worst shift card.
Like Blade Dance or
just C tier probably.
Shiv, and 1 energy for 1 Shiv is a very bad card. You need a lot for this card to really be all that good. It has some utility like discarding the statuses inside of Act 2 as well that the might add to your hand, but overall, I think Storm of Steel is still in a pretty bad spot. It's probably not D tier anymore, probably bottom of C for me.
Yeah, bottom of C because shifts are better, but like, pretty sad.
If you have shift stuff and you have a bunch of extra cards in your hand and you have nothing else to do with them and you don't have any energy to play them, sure, that's about it.
Also, no dab rank in this game.
Step over since it's a starter card. We can talk about Tactician. Skill. Sly, gain 1 energy, costs 3 normally. The upgrade goes to 2 energy, which makes it much better, doubles the effect on it.
Storm of Steel, you have boss rewards. It's pretty depressing.
Pounce, which is cool. Or discounting it to 0 with a potion. This very often is pickable with Acro and 1 more Sly Activator prepared.
Yeah, Tactician Acro.
1 energy or 2 energy.
Reflex prepared.
The tools. Obviously,
like the
Reflex is breaking your first draw to actually
I don't really want to speculate on this.
But overall, I think just kind of worse than Reflex most of the time. If you brick this, it's obviously just doing nothing in your hand. Same thing as reflex, but I think the actual ceiling of reflex is higher. Draw is generally more powerful, I would say, for free than energy gain. You have way more ways on this character, especially to abuse it.
I don't think it's that different, honestly. You pick them in pretty similar spots. I'll put them next to each other.
In this game still, same as Spire 1 probably, and probably just like bottom of B, maybe just C tier. Honestly, at this point, we're just picking the discard stuff so much less now. And if you are doing the discard stuff, you're not doing like tight looping decks with it. They're just standalone decent cards. Again, Tools of the Trade, big shout, but you know, that makes most slide things pretty okay. Speaking of more slide things, untouchable.
This card's OP if you walk into Act 3 and there's no Young Glass on your screen.
Several times. It's gotten so much worse just from the context in the
game.
Yeah,
you walk into Act 3, you see no Young Glass. Holy, I'm picking every untouchable.
Just C tier somewhere in here. Pretty desperation.
But yeah, C tier seems fair.
Prepared, accurate. You kind of need multiple discard activators. You kind of need tools, whatever. Something speaking for it. I'm no longer just picking this random.
Young Glass, such a funny thing, man. Just like warps everything in this careless.
And broken, and now it's not really the case anymore. So yeah, I think we're just gonna throw this into C tier and move on. Next up,
the worst shift card.
Reduce this card's cost by 1. This is bad Blade Dance essentially for 2 plays.
This is so
equals
bad.
Blade Dance in the second play and becomes better than Blade Dance in the third. Most of the time, you are never.
This is so bad.
You probably have not scaled your.
I am putting this in D. It's like actual garbage.
Boss by any means. And hallways, you just never want to play it. It's too expensive. There are way better ways to get shivs. I think this is very clearly just a D tier card now.
Yeah,
it really just doesn't do very much at all. Again, all these D tier cards do get picked sometimes, but it is so much worse.
I picked this thing with the helmet one time. That was pretty cool.
I cannot really see it getting out of the deck very often.
Because you block for 4 too.
Powers. Next up, Abrasive. 3 energy.
Abrasive. My opinion of Abrasive goes way down.
Cost 0 with this card. I have played raw Abrasive for 3 energy and still had it be very good. And the upgrades you get some more thorns. 1 point of dexterity in this game is very strong.
I think a lot of the times
and buffs like your dodge and rolls or whatever can stack with other dexterity as well.
My deck just cannot play this.
Abrasive is just a very, very strong card.
Free.
You can play it for free even when you can't play it.
But if you are able to play it for free, it's insane. Obviously,
irrelevant at all. I think Abrasive is just S tier. This card is
for me. It goes to A tier now.
It does want to be able to be played for free, but I'm gonna throw it somewhere around here next to Piercing Whale probably.
I mean, you can raw play it for 3, and it's like not that good
by the time
to
you
do that.
You probably have like 1 or 2 discard things. You can usually make it work, even if it doesn't land in every fight. It's not that.
If I see Abrasive in the boss reward, I pick it pretty often. But if there's something like actual premium, like
because like the thorns killed him way earlier or something,
the Adrenaline, the After Image, whatever, I don't really want the Abrasive.
Okay, Accelerate 1 energy, power, poison is triggered 1 additional time. This has changed to uncommon on the beta branch currently.
Yeah, it's uncommon.
This card was not really all that deserving of a rare, and I think poison space, like synergy space, needed.
This card's good if you can apply poison.
Like the Catalyst, Aspire 1. I think a lot of people compare this to Catalyst. I do not think that is really what it's doing.
Noxious
Turning the poison number on the enemy to be bigger is one thing. Triggering it multiple times is
Noxious Fumes by itself isn't enough.
Every time it gets triggered.
So you need like Noxious Fumes, like one more thing.
This is not actually going to be doing that much damage. You kind of
you can accelerate
a lot of poison with Fumes and like one other poison card. It's good. With just Fumes, it's not. I think Accelerants.
What the hell? This guy is just copying what I'm saying.
Or something you need a lot of poison application, which most of the cards just don't apply that much that you're going to be playing. And if you're only like relying on 1 poison card to deal damage, then you probably don't want Accelerants. So a bit weird. In the dedicated deck,
also I think in the burst,
I can definitely see it, and it becomes good.
In the burst evaluation,
an actual use case, and especially
he missed the fact that bursting a poison card is actually quite strong.
And move on. Okay, next up, accuracy. 1 energy,
S tier. Okay, go next.
Additional damage. This card is really, really good. I think with Knife Trap especially.
Dude, I pick accuracy for 1 with no shivs.
Powers that's really important, but does work really well with accuracy. And
I pick accuracy for 1 with no shivs. S tier. Go next.
Accuracy get in. It's just picked even without shivs in the deck very often. It's so worth having. It's just a way to open all the shiv stuff as being super good that it just gets picked blind with nothing. Very easily S tier for me. I think accuracy has had such a huge glow up here, and shivs have just gotten so good that it needs to be there.
Oh, the best rare card on the class.
This is basically super footwork. Can be worse in footwork in some situations.
Yeah, the best rare card on the class. Holy crap! Actually, it can be gimped by the Queen of Doom. But Silent doesn't care about Queen. I play 1 Piercing Whale, deal 0 damage anyways.
This is one of the best ones, if not the best one. I think this is very easily top of S tier here. Maybe not like the absolute best card over Adrenaline.
I think I would pick it over Adrenaline.
It's probably second for me currently with what we have listed here. Very important.
Yeah, pick it over Adrenaline. I pick it over Amid sometimes, honestly. Amid doesn't solve your output. After Image does.
Works with so many things.
Just depends on what you have, really.
So good. Next up, Envenom. 2 energy. Whenever an attack deals unblocked damage,
garbage.
1 poison. Envenom is extremely slow and expensive. And unfortunately, without Sly to like cheat it into play, and especially without the upgrade reducing its energy cost, now it just increases the amount of poison. I think Silent has a hard time playing this. Like, we did get energy tools now, but It's a lot harder to
tier.
put this into play than if it just comes randomly and costs 1. If you have Snecko Skull, like
It used to work with Outbreak, like every time you play a card with Invalidum, it triggers Outbreak. Now it doesn't work anymore.
The main way of scaling shivs is just doing accuracy stuff. If you don't see that stuff and you need to ship artifact from the boss or something, sure. It's kind of just works accuracy for the most part. I think the main way that you're actually doing unblocked attack damage is just shivs now. And so when you compare it to the other shiv powers, this is expensive and just not all that impactful in general. I think it's like D tier probably.
Yeah, D tier is fair.
But yeah, extremely infrequent. Okay. Fan of Knives, 2 costs.
Yeah, this is okay.
Into your hand.
If you need AoE.
I think this you can sort of read as Blade Dance and single target fights, obviously, but Blade Dance plus, and that's okay as is. I don't think you really need to upgrade. It just goes to 5 shivs here.
Why would you upgrade this ever?
And still do a lot.
Like if you upgrade Fan of Knives, you often discard the additional shiv, which is pretty funny.
And I think that this is an okay option. It's overcosted and not renewable shivs for the most part. Like I would be kind of happier, I think, if this just said 0 energy or 1 energy and made no shivs and just had the effects written on it. But the fact that it does have this effect written on it means it's standalone and you can just pick it even without stuff. So if you see it early game, you can just pick this and it just says 2 energy, deal 16 AoE with higher upsides, right? So
I mean, it's obviously better than the dagger spray and whatever garbage, but it's like not that great. Just like B.
AoE, but it can kill.
Yeah, probably just B for me.
When the game changes a bit more and maybe Act 4 has an AoE fight or Act 3 becomes harder or something, then I can see this. Right now, I don't feel like I'm really struggling in Act 3 with AoE encounters. I'm kind of just like bursting down one of the guys with my shit.
Okay, so why is freaking dagger spray B tier, dude? What are you even saying?
I think I'm just gonna move this into like B tier probably. I think
what are you saying?
Dagger spray for obvious reasons, just like bigger number and better synergies. Probably.
Holy, Jason dagger spray will be the new meme.
Next, footwork.
S tier. Okay, go next.
Gain 2 dexterity. Dexterity is incredibly strong in this game. I don't think anyone needs to explain that. Block is very good. And this is one of the main ways that you can actually stabilize fights. If you see this early, it trivializes most of the game.
Last time I had 5 footworks, I won very easily.
Block more than playing like 3 defense.
And then the previous time I had 5 footworks, I won very easily.
If you have no dexterity, your defense start blocking for 3. If you have footwork plus, your defense will block for 6. Which is literally double value, and quite a few. So I think footwork overall is still just easily S tier. It's not quite as good as After Image, but we're gonna put this pretty high up, I will say.
Well, that pick footwork above Hunt. Okay, maybe that's a little too degenerate.
Instead of you turn, add 1 shiv into your hand.
Infinite Blades.
I think basically 2 card damage solve.
Probably the best shiv card.
Damage per turn, but if you see that in the early game, it's incredibly good. Even with just accuracy, Infinite Blades is good. Without accuracy,
yeah, I think Infinite Blade is probably the best shiv card.
Infinite Blades, all the things I just mentioned, even like Serpent Form, whatever. There's a lot of things that just make this much better.
Because without support, it exhausts.
Can be really good with potential for massive synergies, and again, makes progress in the fight without spending energy after the turn you play it. So you can just focus entirely on blocking.
For me, probably S tier.
It's just incredible in this game. I think I'm putting this very close to Acro, I would say. Generally, it just
it goes up. Yeah, okay.
Which is a point where if you have a critical mass of shivs and you're drawing shivs every turn, you probably need it. But inside of early game and even later in the run, can be completely run warping. It's funny how much of a glow up this had since Spire 1. It was already going through a bit of revolution in Spire 1, but yeah, just got so much better in this game.
Infinite Blades was good in Spire 1.
Whenever you play a skill against Sly, this is so slow. Really expensive to put in play.
Oh, Master Planner, D tier, go next.
At least on this character. There's not enough like high impact skills that I care about cheating.
This is so bad.
And Master Planner is very often a complete brick. I think this thing is just easily one of the worst cards in the character. Basically doing nothing.
I agree.
Yeah, I don't really understand this card.
2 energy, do nothing.
It would be good. I think it just very often just is not. Maybe I'll have a run with it where it pops off, but I have not had a run yet where it has felt good at all. Next up, Noxious Fumes. 1 energy.
Alright, here's my hot take.
The upgrade is extremely important.
Infinite Blades is better than Noxious Fumes.
For me. Fumes is right up there with accuracy in terms of impact.
So I will swap. I will actually swap Fumes and Infinite Blades here.
It will kill basically every fight in the games with very little help. Obviously, you cannot do literally nothing but play Fumes, but Fumes is getting you most of the way there. So trust this card, just upgrade it, believe in it. It's going to do stuff. It solves so many fights and just provides so much damage in the bosses and artifact strip and whatnot that it's something I'm basically always looking for unless all my damage is already solved.
So here's the thing, yeah?
Okay, Outbreak.
Okay, so obviously, Fuma is Fuma and it's broken.
It now reads, and it's rare. 3 energy, apply 9
However,
poison triggers immediately. This is a very recent change, and I have not.
Fuma minus.
The way it reads to me,
it's actually kind of slow.
And then in the end game, becomes sort of a damage.
So you do want to upgrade the Fuma.
18 damage with no synergies. You kind of get your immediate.
So in that sense, I will put Infinite Blades above Fuma. Also, with the shift package already,
you play this. You'll do like
you just don't need the Fuma ever. You do enough
Obviously,
damage.
If you have that much poison, the fight's probably pretty 1, right? But that's just an example. This gets better.
Outbreak is like the 3 energy poison skill.
Doing 18 damage AoE.
It's
also doing damage
another bullet time target, right?
Good to me. This can solve a lot. I think the main thing is that
it's another bullet time target.
Aside from just play Outbreak, so
also like,
but
it's like
when you have a card that you need to pay a lot of
Accelerant card. It triggers Accelerant.
like these stabilizing or solving something,
which is pretty
solve
fun.
damage. I think the upgrade's very important on it. The damage number goes up. That in itself is
Also
really
a
good. Lethal when you play
ridiculous
card like this is
discovery
important.
target.
When you use your whole turn, you want it to kill something, and it's not dead weight in the end game. Essentially, it's a finisher card, and even just a poison starter card can be fine if you can
But
discard
yeah,
it somehow.
playing this for 3 feels bad. I picked it a couple of times.
Just like a B tier card.
Yeah, B tier
probably
feels.
wants to be in early game and needs to be seen relatively soon,
fair.
but also can be used in decks with dedicated poison damage, and that's pretty nice.
But if you can
Not
cheat
something
it
you're just
out,
gonna
it's
slam every
crazy.
because of how expensive it is. But I think this is a much better card than it was previously. Okay, next up, Phantom Blades, 1 energy power, shift gain retain. First shift you play each turn deals 9 additional damage. This is one of those shift powers that makes the cards, like the shift card, just so much better. And it's something worth speculating on even with no shifts very often.
Accuracy is better, but
if you have a Blade Dance and you have
this is still pretty good.
Now instead of playing your whole Blade Dance in 1 turn, you can now just play 1 shift a turn and have 3 turns of damage covered for Phantom Blades. And so Blade Dance gets a lot more useful with Phantom Blades.
Probably A tier.
Retaining the shifts is also just kind of a good effect in general.
Yeah, probably a little worse than the accuracy.
Doing more, you can hold them to play with ninja relics like the Shuriken and the Kunai to
because this thing doesn't actually solve your endgame damage. Accuracy does. Accuracy plays so well with Night Trap. This is a little awkward.
This card gets better with player skill by quite a bit. But even
this is stronger early and worse later.
Doing a lot of damage, and that's
but the thing is, accuracy isn't even bad early. So I think accuracy,
if you ignore the retain effect altogether,
is quite a bit better.
So exceptionally good. I don't think it's
the retain thing is relevant.
To me, this is like easily.
I do like the retain effect.
It's funny how much better these shift powers have gotten, but I'm gonna throw like sort of close to the bottom of S tier here.
Yep, maybe bottom of S, sure.
Okay. Next up, Serpent Form. Whenever you play a card, deal 4 damage to a random enemy.
Link of video. Oh, chatter can link you.
This upgrade is pretty significant. It goes to 6 damage. This card is pretty just like difficult to play, and again, it's sort of
Serpent Form probably he's gonna underrate Serpent Form.
This is just really expensive.
If you put it in C, I think
it can do stuff in decks that are
solid.
I definitely pick Serpent Forms going into Aeon Glass where I'm desperate for damage, but most of the time I don't want this in my deck, like especially early game. If you need to kill a boss, it's gonna help do that. It's gonna be a really good dupe pot target. I've definitely duped Serpent Form into the boss to sort of scale my damage and solve things. It's just a high impact draw when you get it, but playing it is obviously very costly. I think this is better than the last time we made a tier list. Probably just like top of C tier or something. It has a niche as a boss killer, but again, very costly. And
I think I'm happier to pick Serpent Form over Snakebite, which is crazy to say.
This is a multiplayer card, but it's a very strong one. It says whenever another player attacks an enemy, gain 1 block, Sly. Cost 2.
So Silent has this problem, right?
Other players do, and it's essentially just like multiplayer.
Sometimes you don't find damage cards in Act 1, then you cannot kill elites.
If your teammate is not attacking very frequently, but you'll know. I would say it's probably an A or an S tier card, depending, but obviously not putting it on here
because Silent base deck doesn't do damage. Then here's a Serpent Form, then suddenly every elite is dead.
This card is horrendous.
Also, Phantom is dead. Every Act 1 boss is dead. It's a very clean solve.
Play like Acro and things like that, and Acro.
No, you don't even need to upgrade it. You just don't need to upgrade it. You can do something else after.
This card is just not very good.
So for that alone, I value it quite a bit.
There's just better ways to scale damage, basically never getting in the
deck. But yeah,
ideally
you don't want it, obviously.
Probably better than Master Planner, but pretty horrendous. Okay, next up, Tools of Trade, 1 energy, power.
Broken S tier, go next.
The upgrade's incredibly good, goes to 0 energy, and enables all those Sly packages. I don't feel like I need to elaborate because we already did mention on all the cards that this is making really strong now. I'm just going to throw this straight into S tier. Drawing 1 extra card a turn is exceptionally good, and not having to pay energy to do that every turn, really good. Not even having to pay energy to deploy the power in the first place, also really good. I think that's just getting up there in the holy trinity of silent rare powers, but exceptionally broken. The next one in a second here. Okay, next up we have tracking. 2 energy power. We can always take double damage from attacks on Beta Branch.
Not double, it's 1.5 now.
Less than that. So tracking was probably the most broken card in the entire game, or one of them, and still scales shivs really well. I think if you need a physical damage boost, this is still a very worthwhile card to pick up.
Probably A tier card for me.
It is obviously not as instantly run winning as it used to be, but it really just says the enemies have permanent vuln if they have weakness on it, and that's a very powerful effect. So I think this is still S tier. It's not quite as good as it used to be. Like
I don't think it's S tier. It's too expensive. It's like extremely difficult to play.
Rewarding you for doing something you already wanted to do, which is have weakness, right? And
also,
so when you have cards like that, you don't have to go out of your way to make them good.
There are gonna be decks where you just cannot keep perma weak.
Okay,
it's not like free effect.
At the end of your turn, retain up to 1 card. On Beta Branch, this has been massively reworked. This now costs 2.
Mid. Alright, S tier, go next.
Pyramid is debatably the best boss rush in the game. It's definitely up there if it's not the best. Maybe number 2 now. We just did a Spirecast episode about this, so I guess you can watch that and decide for yourself how you feel about it. But yeah, Wall-Eyed Plan's just ridiculous card. It was 1 energy go to 0, and they just nerfed it recently, and that was obviously way too strong. I think it's still
here's my hot
probably one of the strongest cards in the character. It's
Here
worth
is my
playing
hot
energy,
take.
but it's not something you can slam on sight. And I think that's something to be said. But getting Pyramid on this character just trivializes basically
After Image is better than a mid in a lot of decks.
Being able to play your piercing well on the correct turn, being able to play your energy on the turn.
Alright, that's my hot take.
Etc. For such a combo-heavy character, Wall-Eyed Plans has always and probably will
After Image is like broken,
like
like holy crap.
This effect is
that thing is not okay.
Very, very easily one of the best cards in the character. it's Pyramid. I don't know what else there is to say. We could even say it's the best card, but I think this is fine leaving it as is. It is a rare card now, so it's just a little bit harder to find. For obvious reasons, the effect has gotten stronger and more costly, but it is, bumped up to a rare to compensate for that. That just
Amid is hard to play. No, Amid is insane.
Other ways to fix draw consistency is
if Amid is not the best card on the character, it's the second best card on the character.
Finally, we have Wraith Form, which is again not a card I'm going to include in here, but I'll briefly talk about it. It says 3 energy, power gain 2 intangible at the start of your turn.
Wraith Form, I mean,
is an ancient
the
relic,
opportunity cost is a ancient relic.
Opportunity cost. I don't think it's like super exceptional in this game, but Wraith Form is Wraith Form. You can Nightmare this.
It's...
You can do pot it.
Okay, Nightmare Wraith Form doesn't work. It never happens. So, let's be real here.
Is really, really powerful, but the opportunity cost I think is a little bit too steep. Yeah, we don't have to talk about it a ton, but still a good card, just not one of the best. Okay,
like B tier.
That is everything for Silent now.
Yeah, probably like a
Overall,
B tier ancient bonus.
This character way more interesting. The last couple of rounds of patches have mostly been buffs, but I do like the design space choices they're doing with like Poison and trying to experiment with some new things and make it a little bit more interesting. I think overall that has made the character more interesting. Until Act 4 is out, we'll just have to see how.
Yeah, so it's good for the hallways.
Right now, it feels very much like you're just doing Shiv stuff. Act 4 is going to be a while, so I can't imagine that's going to change unless they massively nerf a lot of things or buff other things or whatever. But Shivs just really feel like such an easy way to bridge into damage and to also scale that damage into the end game. And Aeon Glass really doesn't punish it enough for how much damage you can really be doing with them. So at least for now, that feels like the dominant way of dealing damage. And the support cards and packages around Silent have just kind of gotten better. You've gotten better access to AoE. Most of your card quality has just gone up with a lot of these changes. The character overall feels pretty strong to me. As do all the characters,
I think I will put tracking A tier now. It's kind of steep.
I did this offline. Let me know how you feel about this compared to the ones I've done on stream. I think I yapped for a bit longer.
Yeah, the cost is a little bit steep. Actually, we can look at the final tier list. It's on Mobalytics. Let me go find it. Let's blow it up. That's Regent. Yeah, I think like for me, Prepare goes down 1 tier, Sidestep goes down 1 tier, Fume goes down 1 tier, Abrasive goes down 1 tier, Tracking goes down 1 tier, Prepare goes down 1 tier, the Infinite Blades goes up, Flechette goes down, Predator goes down, Escape Plan goes down, Blade Dance goes down, Pinpoint goes down. Snakebite Dagger Spray goes down. Dash go up. Serpent Form go up. Probably Sucker Punch go up. Weakness keyword just like so good. Even though it's the worst weakness keyword. Saruman go up. Burst and Shadow Mail probably goes up. But Shadow Mail really needs an upgrade. Like, I'll upgrade it pretty sad. So maybe not. Hand Trick go up, unfortunately. It's better than the other garbage here. Cloak and Dagger... I mean, the first copy is very easy to pick, right? Because it also blocks. You don't want too many of this, though. No, Hand Trick is not B tier, though. I'll just put it in C. Yeah, that's my thought. Maybe Burst can go up, maybe not. A little too draw dependent. It's kind of funny. Predator for a common card. It's pretty crazy, right? The fact that it's common. It's a very strong card if it's common. But compared to some of the other things here, it's not as good. So I put it in B. A also kinda wants an upgrade. Yeah, 2 energy 15 still just bad rate for attack. In Venom still D, Venom sucks. I mean, it's really bad. Way too slow, 2 energy. Finale in C tier, because Finale, either it's like worthless garbage or it wins you the run. So it's a little bit difficult to kind of rank these kind of things. As opposed to the stuff down here, which is just worthless garbage and doesn't win you the run, right? So it's a bit of a difference here. I guess my most controversial opinion is swapping Fuma and Infinite Blade. Probably. Alright. Enough reacting. I mean, what does my silent runs even look like? This run has Shadow Step. Oh. 4 footwork. Hmm. This is poison stuff. Bouncing Flask, Accelerant. That run died. I don't know what happened here. What even happened here? Why do you have a Fight Me and a Juggernaut? Let's not ask those questions, and 2 potions not used. I see a lot of elites killed. Oh, this is freaking Field of Pain Dark Embrace ship. I remember, it was freaking insane. Featuring the best enlightenment of all time. This is Afterimage, Double Noxious Fumes, Wish, Valley Plans, Expose, Infinite Blade. How do I do damage? Phantom Blade, Infinite Blade, and 2 Fumes, and Haze. So like some poison stuff here. A bit of a mix. Crazy Mirage. I remember this Mirage. It was insane. This Silent Run. Oh, this is infinite. It's actually infinite. It's Fiendfire, then I prepare Reflex. Then I kill Queen in 2 turns. This is like full poison. I remember this. Double Accelerant with a pretty funny Neos Bones. Accuracy. I remember this run. I had Bubble, Twisted Funnel. Then it didn't work against Eon Glass because I have no poison deck. No poison in the deck. But I got a poison potion from my Delicate Frond. So I stripped Artifact and played Poison Potion on the guy, then played Bubble, then died to Bubble. It was freaking incredible. What was this? Silken Trust on Ricochet. Double Adrenaline after image. Seems broken. Tracking. Expose Infinite Blade accuracy once again. Infinite Blade accuracy, Phantom Blade, Noxious Fumes. The big four. The 4 damage powers. I lost on Regen? What the hell? How do you lose on Regen? This is Infinite Blade, Phantom Blade. Once again, the combo. Looks very block heavy. A lot of leg 3 footwork stuff. I died to Fogmog. Holy crap. I died to Fogmog. Apparently this time period, August 4th, I was having a bad day. Oh. What's this? Bullet time? Oh, yeah. Bullet time, relax. Yeah, bullet time, relax. This was freaking insane. Nightmare bullet time, relax. I remember this run. What was this? This was History Course Finale. Yeah, this was literally History Course Finale pinup. That's my entire deck. So one of those grand finale solving the entire run situation. Every time I scroll past defect, it's just like some random nonsense. And it just wins anyways. Bouncing Flask, Accelerant, Poison. Where are my relics? I fought 3 elites in the entire run. But I didn't rust. Looks just like Poison Slop, right? Just some Fuma, Flask, Accelerant. It was a double play. Trust, Accelerant. I mean, Bouncing Flask. So a lot of poison in one card. The hell? Pommel Strike. Wait, this was insane. This was Ice Cream, very hot cocoa, super critical, turbo into Cascade for like 50. It was like actually Cascade for like 50 energy. What's this? This was like Warhammer into 4 elites. How do I do damage? Splash. That was the old Outbreak, I'm pretty sure. The power version. How does this deck do damage? Oh, miniature cannon Rick. Okay, that's how. And the Phantom Blade, I guess. And mostly probably just Splash, right? Just Gamba. This one was the main, okay. Fume, Infinite Blade, Speedster. What the hell? Oh, it was like innate speedster into throwing axe, so it gets played twice. Yeah, that's what happened. I play scroll. Yeah, I actually play scroll because it's enchanted with not exhaust. So I double play speedster into scroll. That's my damage. That's a pretty funny one. Only I lost a silent run. What the hell? I lost a defect run? Damn, this guy sucks. Accuracy tracking. Why do you get all the funny runs? I like try to get the funny runs. I'm not playing optimally on stream. I try to get the funny runs, so they just happen more often. Damn, I lost on defect. That's crazy. Oh my god. This was super lighter. Now my strikes were doing freaking 500 damage. With a enchanted neutralize with momentum. I was trying to get a vibe on how average silent run goes. And I feel like swapping Fuma and Infinite Blade seems fair. That's what I was trying to vibe out. We can do a silent runs based on Jason's tier list. I mean, I do not recommend playing the game like this, but it's like funny. It's for content, not really for like playing the game seriously. I mean, I did the defect RNG. I have random number generator pick my cards. This cannot be worse, right? Is Jason tier list better than RNG? Let's find out. I need some water though, BRB. I actually have a mod of Vaku playing everything. I made that mod. It's like not that fun, honestly. It gets tired very quickly. Alright, let's go find the silent tier list. Where do we put it? I have no... not enough monitors for this. I'll put it here. Wait, where's my Neon bonus tier list? Ah, we pick this. Then we pick the highest tier card, which will be Wally Plans. I see. Man, I'm a bad player. I just don't click tablet often enough. This Wally Plans doesn't do damage. And if I pick by tier list, I only pick like freaking block cards, and then we don't do damage. That would be bad. That would be bad. Ow. Alright, Blade Dance, Untouchable, Deflect. Blade Dance highest tier card. Aha, now I can pick the accuracies that are in S tier. Easy. Are you allowed to skip? Let's say B tier and below I can skip. How about that? But A tier, S tier I have to pick. Awesome hand. Snakebite is B tier. Mirage is C tier. Hand Trick is D tier. So we Snakebite or skip. I get to skip because Snakebite is B tier. I probably will pick it though. I mean, I could really use a Pounce in this deck. I have Haze and Snakebite. Oh, I know this one's in S tier. I already clicked. Alright, we need to upgrade Wally Plans here. The guy. I think Wally Plans probably just cooks this guy, right? Because usually you brick, now I cannot brick. We probably try to haze the small dudes. I can just not draw, exactly. Exact? Oh, I took 1 damage for fun. I did not really want to take 1 damage there. We're about to take more than 1 damage. It's fine. How much damage is this over 2 turns? 13. 13 plus 3. Actually, it's 10 plus 9, 19. Do we kill here? Took damage. This guy's tier list is ass. I know, right? How can this guy do this? Bit of a suspicious situation right now happening. Let's go neutralize triple defend. I don't want the random bounce to bounce on the guy that's dying. Are we just picking the good cards? Pretty much. I took 1 more damage. That's crazy, dude. Oh, we're about to take even more damage. This guy's tier list sucks. What the hell? Okay, the worst case scenario, this hit 2 times, 2 times. Then I actually get owned. But let's not do that. Alright, what's the highest tier card here? I know it's not Memento Mori. Damn, Jason's tier list didn't take into account of Molten Egg. We are cooked. Kunai. Holy. Kunai GG. Let's upgrade Cloak then. To proc Kunai. We need a relic tier list. You make a good point. Kunai. Kunai again. Only broken. So far, this tier list gaming has been very successful, I would say. Just ignore our relic bar. And the emit. Ring. Wait, Jason's a freaking genius. Holy crap. But he's so good. He's so good. Ah, I see. You get pyramid into molten egg into flashettes. Yes. I am sorry I doubted you. Okay, I know that's in S tier, so we pick it. I get to do whatever I want in the shop, by the way. That's my decision. I get to remove an injury. Yeah. I mean, I will take some damage to get Fuma down, otherwise we can never have an opportunity to play the Fuma. ChatGPT, people has done that. It's not very interesting because ChatGPT doesn't like actually know how to play this game. Alright, what's our tier list? Our tier list says Hunt. I would probably take bullet time here, high key. Very, very strong bullet time. Wait, I need the ancient bonus tier list. Help. Just not Cocoa. Cause we got backup prep. We're the silent character. It took my fumes. What the hell? Alright, we have a anti-thieving hopper technology. Yeah, that. Hold up, we need to pick the high tier cards. Oh, wait. The correct play was to not get fumes back and pick this fumes. Because I don't want two fumes. Damn, bad player. Did not see the line. Did not see the line. Oh god, we're getting owned. Because the more garbage I add to the deck, yeah, the less likely I draw Whirly Plants. And I want to draw Whirly Plants, obviously. Bottle Tornado, I wish Bottle Tornado was in this game. It'd be so freaking broken. Like, holy crap. It's a decent pot. Backflip S tier, right? Alright. Acro A tier, Haze A tier, we get to pick. The tech is not Haunt. That defeats the point of this entire run, though. Yeah, getting normality sounds, you know, sounds suspicious. Why do you have two noxious fumes? Am I stupid? That might be stupid. Taking damage. Oh, because they buffed this guy. How could they buff this guy? Now I'm taking damage. That's crazy, dude. Alright. Cloak is highest tier here. Yes. And backflip's highest tier here. I don't need to look. Wait, it was upgraded. Damn. Or just top deck. I see, just top deck it. Yeah, the deck is gonna be like 50 cards. Maybe more. But that's funny, so I don't mind. Yeah, just blame Jason if this round loses. Exactly. You know the technology. Oh? We get to skip here? Because highest tier card is Dagger Spray at B. We get to skip both. We have to pick Dagger Spray. It's for Jason, you know. How did you enjoy the tier list? Dagger Spray in B tier was certainly a decision. Otherwise, it was pretty good. I don't know about this. Probably fine. Oh god. The Dorito of Evil? Well, this deck is a lot worse if you don't top deck Wally plans. Who would have thought? Ow. 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 Getting destroyed. How can Dagger Spray do this to me? Okay, man. That's too many. That's too many fumes. Let's calm down a bit. That's way too many fumes. What do we kill? Probably the guy buffing, right? I mean, you could consider killing the guy debuffing, because if you drop Piercing Will, they just do no damage. But our entire deck is poison anyways. Let's kill the guy buffing. How much is Leading Strike? 1 off, huh? Do this. Go Haze Piercing Will next turn, I think. Oh god, the fumes. I have too many fumes. Oh god, the fumes. Wait, Piercing Wheel doesn't full block. This almost full blocks though. Why do you have so many fumes? Oh my god. Only Dagger Spray, GG. No! Wait. Flip also S tier. Okay, Flip is also S tier. We are saved. Oh, S tier. The guy. We farm B. If we can draw the Wally plans at some point, which is not currently happening because they have like freaking 500 Noxious Tombs in the deck. Another one. What the hell? Who built this deck? Wait, I know who, not me. Not me, it's the tier list. Yes. Wait. Am I dying without the dex pot? No, we live on 1. Alright, do not dex pot for 1 HP. That's not usually a great usage of a potion. Ah. We did it. Oh, next turn might be an issue. Unless it just dies. Okay, it just dies. Okay, what's Predator? Oh, why did he put Predator in A, bro? Oh god, we need to pick Predator, it's over. A little too expensive for this deck. Okay. If we land Hunt here, we get double rare. Very important. Painpot was in A. Oh shit. Oops. I might have preferred the pinpoint there. We are in a bit of a pickle here, as some would say. Let's attack pod. Suck. Oh god. Might be a double potion angle here. Yeah, might be a double potion angle here. Who put all these fumes in my deck? Definitely pinpoint better than Predator, because I can get this out of my hand and actually draw a block card next turn. Oh god. Arm. Yeah, we need to freaking get rid of some Fumas. How much is defense blocking? We have 4 dexterity. So 9 times 0.75 is blocking 6. So if I drop 1 defense, it's enough. So we should Fume acro here. Okay, 1 HP and a Dream. Why do I have another Fume? Christ. Oh my god, what's going on? Maybe we can live this turn. I don't know about next turn. I really should have skipped the fumes at the thieving hopper. That was like actually the technology. I just didn't see the line. Now we are a little cooked. Yeah, kunai can only do so much. Yeah, kunai can only do so much if your entire deck is freaking noxious fumes. Damn. It's okay. It's okay, we blame Jason. Yep. He's the guy that put triple noxious fumes into my deck. Alright, let's do it one more time. Transform 2. Accelerate. Yeah, accelerant. D. Or that's what you would think. I'm about to do 13. Holy 13. Oh wait, how is hidden daggers? Is it S tier? Oh, it's S tier. Saved. What tier is Entrench, guys? Yeah, what tier is Entrench? Holy. Thank you, Entrench. Precise cut, snakebite. Snakebite B tier, precise cut B tier, but I have a Accelerant, so let's go snakebite. I think we just lucky tonic next turn, yeah, to buy a turn to play snakebite. Does this work? I think so. That's 11. So it's 17. Doesn't look like enough, right? Took 18 damage. We lucky tonic for 18 damage. So I guess it was no difference when I used it. I know that's in S tier, so we can just click it. Snakebite GG. Very, very cool. Dodge and roll. Where's dodge and roll? Dodge and roll B tier, I think. No. Where's dodge and roll? Wait, dodge and roll is in A tier. What the hell? I guess we're picking it. Edge. Let's rip this. Can I skip? I will still probably just skip B tier and below. Seems like a good. Good balancing point. This is 19. Ow. Speaking of dexterity, there's some dexterity. Soulfish is dead. We did not need to worry too much. I like how I just remember what's in S tier now. Blade Dance, what? Blade Dance A tier, Bubble B tier. I would love a Bubble in this deck. S tier. S tier. What's card remove? A tier. Tools of the Trade Momentum Mori. Crazy stuff. What here is discard beacon? Cause that's pretty good. Yeah, Entrench is pretty bad. It was better in Spiral 1. Because barricading Entrench was pretty real. Sozu open. Knife Trap A tier, so we have to Knife Trap here. Even though I really do not need a Knife Trap. Well, it do be like that. I guess we have this. What tier skip? I'm allowed to skip B tier and below cards. Let's just upgrade for I cannot be bothered to deal with. Upgrade Entrench, so it's actually a good card. I don't want to play around Brightest Flame, it's too much work. $29. Guys, we are just gonna sit here and block. Oh, dash, the C tier dash. And prepares S tier, oh god. Oh god, it's falling apart. The prepared of evil. We don't actually have an attack to put the vigor on. Lose goals in a jar. Was Dash good? Dash was pretty solid. With the blur and footwork. I didn't mind it too much. Especially into, you know, the Riddle. Or right now, it'd be good. Ow. Well, I know that's in S tier. I have a sneaking suspicion we are about to get destroyed. Because we don't have AoE at all. They kind of just need to like kill the guy with the other minions. Wait, Entrench of the Gods actually? Entrench Delters? How do we like ever play Snakebite? We can't. I'm pretty sure this is lethal. Third, yeah, probably. Ooh. Oh God. Oh no. Well, the picking every prepared in picking every prepared in Act 2, it's happening. Oh God. He put prepared in S tier, yes. Oh no, the C tier dash. The C tier dash. Oh god. It's not outdated, it's recently posted. Well, it's time to spray, guys. The B tier dagger spray. I kind of need an AoE card, so. And we have this, right? The sword. Sword of evil. Oh god! Arm. Oh, the freaking dash would be so good. Instead, I have some freaking prepared. Uh... We are in a world of pain here. Fire potion got me? Or something? Oh, the entrench! Only entrench. I hope you understand this is a meme. It's not actually serious. Wait, piercing roll doesn't even do anything anymore. That's kind of funny. Holy crap! The dashes we with the dashes already save like 500 HP in this fight. By the way. I don't want these. They're not B tier or above. Well, with the Regal Pillow, it's like nothing ever happened. Alright, now we top deck the Dagger Spray with 3 strength. What? Try again? What? Try again? Okay, some might call this suboptimal. Holy. Wait. Was that 10? What was that 10? Wait. 14. S tier, S tier. Well, we are spoiled for choice here. Let's go blur. How much HP do I have? Alright, over blocking this guy by like 50. So I get to spam some shifts into thorns. Okay, apparently I was not blocking enough. My bad. Yeah, my bad. Ow. Oh my god, that card's so good. That card is so good. I guess we just don't care about the shifts. We try to redraw Snakebite. That's our game plan. Then you play a Seller and it dies. Blur doesn't like do anything unless I draw exactly Blur again, I suppose. Can carry over 3 block. I will weaken here. Can one Snakebite solo an elite? Is it possible? Yes, by the look of it. This rather kill, by the way. If our math is off, we are kind of screwed. But based on my vibes, it's lethal. Yeah. I have 3 prepared. I have 3 prepared. It's so cooked. Prepared is S tier on the tier list. So unfortunately, there's not that much better than prepared. That's a lot of damage, which I'm not gonna deploy right now. We cannot afford to miss a Celeron. Oh, thanks. No, Dagger's raising B tier, which is quite high. huge knife trap. Should be fine here. We just do this. Yeah, it's lethal in 2 turns. It dies to poison before it gets eaten. Used to be not like that. Then they patched it in 1 patch. We have to pick this, which I don't mind. Choices Paradox with a lantern. Oh, remove 3 prepareds. Holy, we can remove 3 prepareds. I mean, strikes are still worse. Yeah, strikes are still worse. Enthralled will play prepared into discard 2s. Then... yeah. Oh wait, it's not Vaku play turn 1. Okay. I'm just stupid. I was gonna say the Vaku play turn 1 relic will actually lose. But it's not Vaku play turn 1. Cool. Now, how much HP do I have? Bro. What the hell? Well, I guess I'm have the largest momentum worry of all time. Blade Dance A tier, right? That ricochet was insane. That was an insane ricochet. Okay, I think tracking and abrasive are both A tier, right? I mean S tier, right? Tracking S tier, abrasive S tier. This is pretty funny though with the triple prepared. S tier card. I don't care. You want another snake bite? Actually, do you want more poison? I do actually want more poison. Holy, buying snake bite. Don't care about this. Heal 10. More like heal 9. Or 8. Whatever it was. How did I not draw a prepared? Snakebite is strip artifact for nude. Then I can play the other snakebite. Incredible. Get out of here, enthralled. Oh, we can't like actually play every card. That's somewhat funny. You know, this entrench has been playing a little too well for my liking. It's basically Shadow Meld, but costs 1 more, right? And that's why I say Shadow Meld is actually a pretty good card. Not really deserving C tier, in my opinion. Okay, I think all of these are below B. We can skip. Only. Oh god! Anticipating like C tier, right? He put it in C, which I agree with. I don't think it's a great card. Yeah, you put it in C. Is that half the raw abrasive? Seems wrong. Seems better to play the attacks. Actually, a pretty good fight, all things considered. I mean, it's the power of 7 dexterity, I suppose. C. Backstab is in B, right? So I don't need to pick backstab here. Oh shit, he put backstab in A. Unlucky. Unlucky. Yeah, transform into Mori. Is Snakebite like lethal somehow? It's a lot of poison that's taking 3 times. Wait. Did you know that this literally doesn't work? Yeah, it literally does not work. Also, I'm pretty sure Predator is in A tier. Predator's A tier, Blade Dance is A tier. Let's go Blade Dance. Only. It does not trigger if you use Fairy from Life Loss. I think. Because you don't use the potion, you discard the potion. In Spire 1, this didn't proc twice on the Thopter. pass. I just want to get my blade dance exhausted. Science time. Unfortunately, we might not ever use one. I sure hope not, anyways. Oh, we might be using one soon. Unless if it's like magical lethal somehow. Probably not without Accelerant. I don't really want to kill here, to be honest. Cause next turn, we cannot block. So I take this hit. So we don't take a mega hit next turn. Cause I don't draw any blocks here. Alright, should be fine. Still taking some damage. I mean, we got double fairy. I'm not too concerned. Yeah, escape plan getting owned by Queen. Classic. Holy crap. Well, we are using a fairy. Are we using two fairies? Are using two fairies? Oh, you actually get strength here. Okay, good to know. I did not know that. Well, now I do. We might die here. Because for some reason, I do not have fairies anymore. Oh, this draw pile has no block. We need to kill pretty quickly then. Yeah, we need to kill pretty quickly. Probably skip the dodge and roll. Yeah, probably not. Well, this is a situation that I do not want to be in, high key. Yeah. Well, it's clear we need to buff silent. What even went wrong this round? Oh. 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 I see. I can see what's going wrong. Yep. Oh. Yeah. Okay. I see. I see. $97 to queen, dude. Added, this is the issue. Added too many random stuff. Like, too many random mass blade dance and leading strike and stuff. So you cannot draw enough powers. You just draw like the random garbage against queen, and they're quite bad. So you do not draw your powers early enough, or the piercing whales and stuff like that. That's the main issue. And the triple prepare certainly didn't help. Master Planner, wow. I am tired. Time to get out of here. Time to get out of here. No, maybe no stream tomorrow, because we're recording the podcast. We have a pretty special thing that's gonna happen. I guess you will find out when it's uploaded. Alright, thank you for watching. See you in the next one. Goodbye.